And if I've done everything right, we're live. And I say that with a slight amount of trepidation if you're watching this back at a later date, because I almost always do a scheduled start time. And for one reason or another, I didn't get it together to schedule this ahead of time. And I just clicked the button and went live. And as a result of doing things that way, I'm not sure if the notification is going to go out to people as it normally would, or we shall see. Luke's got the notification. How are you doing, Luke? Oh, I have to send an email to Aidsy because he contacted me a bit earlier wanting to go on. So send him the link so he can join us. Hi, Stella. Yes. So Aidsy wants to join us, so I've sent him the link. A big old drink of my blood orange, and all is good in the world. I think my mustache needs trimming. It's sort of tickling my lip, which I don't like. I normally keep it trimmed off my lip. And it also felt a bit funny when I put a mask on today. But anyway, c'est la vie, as the French say. And the French are notoriously tolerant people with regards to their language. So they'd be perfectly happy with me saying it like that. And they would not take offense at all. So that's, just one of the good things in the world at the moment. Oh, no, that drink is good. Actually, I wasn't going to make that. I was going to say, I'm just going to go straight into drinking booze. And I am definitely drinking booze on the live stream tonight. But I thought, no, have me old blood orange and lemonade first. Abigail, hello. Luke, you're watching people get arrested on the news. I saw some footage of them straight up attacking cops, and I cannot believe the cops didn't kick the living shit out of them. I heard some of them got pepper sprayed, which is fun. But yeah, just having seen how insanely violent cops are at completely non-violent, like environment protesters, people who are actually protesting a good cause and whatnot, and to see these absolute fucking cunts on the street, it's just mind-blowing. So yes, Luke, I did see that, someone hit one of the horses or whatever. Yeah, but I find it hard to believe the cops didn't go totally feral on them, because these fucking assholes, completely aside from the fact there's no legitimacy to their fucking horse shit, they were really violent. And it's just like, my God. Abigail, you watched the second US presidential debate, was much more civilized. God, could you imagine how, I wonder who just really sat Trump down and said, you cannot do that shit you did the first time. They will mute you and it will make you look bad. It won't make them look unfair. You'll try and spin it and say they're biased and unfair, but it will make you look fucking terrible. Like, if you act like a piece of shit and get muted, that will make you look so bad. And they appear to have been able to get through to him, which is a minor fucking miracle. And hello, Peter, on Facebook, by the way. Yes. It's absolutely surreal. Well, it also shows, because the anti-lockdown, anti-mask crew, they've all morphed together with that insane QAnon conspiracy, which is just centuries-old anti-Semitism sort of slightly warmed over. but it's straight out of the protocols of the elders of Zion, the sort of insane shit they're saying, and they're absolutely detached from reality. It's like the idea of I'm protesting the lockdown, like what, when the lockdown's finishing, the lockdown is actually finishing. Like, you look like such pieces of shit. It's like they're the absolute fringe of the fringe. Just absolutely mind-blowing. And like I said, I'm just amazed the cops didn't utterly kick the shit out of them. Because they fucking need it. They really fucking need it. Because they're dangerous. On top of everything else, they're fucking dangerous. It's it's like this deep psychosis that they're falling into, and it's really quite often. Oh, Stella, you're making lemon bitters. Yes, there was an anti-lockdown protest, and as I was saying, those fucking lunatics have gotten all tied up in the QAnon thing, because they were shouting all the QAnon slogans at the cops as well, which was probably very confusing for the cops. But yes. Hey, Chris, how are you? Yeah, Celtic King, that is a good observation, man. Poor Americans are either getting Trump for another 4 years or foaming at the mouth about a rigged election because Trump lost. But actually, I mean, I don't know how this is going to sound, but I seriously did not conceive of the world taking the turns it's taking in my lifetime. Like, the public discourse has regressed so much that we're facing this situation where there's a rejection of a common sense of reality, that you have these people who are absolutely just, as I said, rejecting reality. It's really quite disconcerting. And hey, Raiders, how's it going? Chris, crazy interactions online. Buddy, that's what online is, man. It's crazy interactions. There's no end to the, I just saw something I was doing and I forgot it. I should do it now. Yeah, I'll do it while we talk. Hang on. Peter, that is also a good observation. There will be a bunch of Americans with PTSD after Trump. There's a fucking fruit fly going around. So I swear, blast night there was a big blowfly in here. This little fruit fly just annoying me. All right. So I got this, and I got to get a couple other things. Where's that? I need that. I need my jigger. Where's my jiggers at? Hey, Megaleech, how's it going? Yeah, that goes in there. All right. Just got to rinse my jigger. All right. So, getting all this stuff ready. Now, what did it? Here's so it's 2 ounces, 3 ounces, 4 ounces, 6 ounces. All right, I'll just do 3 ounces of milk to be safe. This is the milk. So I'm milk clarifying something. I'll explain it when I sit down. I just got to get everything ready, then I'll sit down and do it. That's what she said. I'm not altogether sure that was an appropriate "that's what she said" moment, but I like to throw a "that's what she said" in whenever I can. Right, milk. Put that back in the fridge. And I'll just rinse my jigger while I'm thinking of it, so it doesn't get coated in milk. Leave that to rinse. Oh, and I want a funnel. Oh, is it in the dishwasher? It's in the dishwasher. Is it? It is. Ah, keep up. Running commentary of what I'm doing. And what do I want? It was there. Where is it? Oh, it's there. I have gone a bit potty. That's okay. All right. So, first things first. Here we are, settling down. Nice, Abigail. You cooked a meal 2 days in a row, but you're really tired. But that's a major achievement. That is excellent. Oh God, Mega Leech, you watched the new Borat movie. What did you think of it? So what I'm doing, I had to remake the cocktails from last night to do some close-ups of the mixing. And then I just chucked everything in together in here. So this is gin and rum and lime and sugar syrup. I'm going to milk clarify. It says that really cloudy color. So add it to milk. Oh my God, now it looks like dirty milk. Ooh. Curds forming straight away, which is nice. Now I just leave that there for, I don't know, half an hour. And then I'll start the filtering process. Yay. Oh, okay. Yes, that's a good summary with no spoilers. Mega Leech, pretty funny and a twist. So there you go. Chris, yeah, I think you've actually got far worse behavior in the US. We have a weird sort of flow on. These people have just absorbed the US madness, the QAnon conspiracies. So they're shouting at the cops, calling them pedo defenders. And I think the cops are going, how the fuck does this fit into masks and lockdowns? Although, actually, I think the cops have actually probably been briefed, like, these people are nuts. This is what they're into. When they say this stuff, this is what they mean. And the cops are going, oh, okay, they're fucking nuts. Okay. Stella did the dishes, baked homegrown potatoes. Yeah, so that does make more dishes, yes. No, both A, homegrown potatoes, B, baking them, yum. Celtic King, I can collect mail now, but it's fucking fruit flies back. It means going into the city, which I haven't done yet. Oh God, no, Abigail, your son's other parent's a conspiracy nutter. Oh no, who does the QAnon shit? Oh no. Celtic King thinks I should make an Angry Aussie documentary. Dear, yeah. Oh yes, Raiders, we were talking about Rudy Giuliani last night with him reaching down into his pants to get his microphone, he reckons. It's funny. Yeah, Stella, if you're a Star Trek fan, you don't want people to think QAnon's anything to do with Q in Star Trek. For those who don't know where the name came from, ooh, Dave, you actually did collect your mail from the city this week. I have some. I have to go in at some. Maybe because I might do it like on the weekend. There'll be no one there, and I might do it next couple of days because there'll be no one in the city, and I can see what's happened in the street art lanes. Yeah, I might actually do that. Oh, Stella, crispy baked potatoes covered in butter. Yum, yum. Definitely. So yeah, for those who don't know where the QAnon comes from, Q level clearance is like beyond top secret in US espionage. And so it's supposedly someone with this top level Q clearance who's letting out secrets. Now, it's been quite convincingly argued exactly who's behind it. And you'll be shocked to learn this, but it's an actual sort of criminal con man, grifter, who also is apparently a pedophile, is in the Philippines doing unspeakable things. It will always be impossible to prove exactly who it was, but a couple of people with inside knowledge and people who've done some sleuthing have made a very compelling case as to who is actually behind the Q posts. And a big surprise, It's A, not anyone in espionage. B, not Trump. It's just a real garbage level grifter con man who saw some easy marks and was right. And he was absolutely right that these gullible fuckwits were easy marks. But yeah. Celtic King, you're just going to look into my social media history, make the documentary. There's some terrible stuff in there. Terrible, terrible stuff. Villian Sealer, hello, hello, hello. Good evening. Well, I don't know what this looks like on camera, but it looks really fucking weird in person. It's just watery milk because there wasn't very strong colors in the stuff. Like often there's a brown spirit, like whiskey or a dark rum or something when I make these. And there wasn't a particularly dark color in it. And so it's, so clarified, I don't know, the end product might be completely clear, might be very light yellow, might be completely clear. Like what? A Toronto Maple Leafer. Hello to you. Yeah, okay. I guess in low resolution with the webcam, looks like normal milk. Here it's broken down as it's meant to. The curds have broken down from the milk. So yeah. Celtic King, you want to see my post? You ordered me a Bible. Thank you. I have so many of them that you or someone else arranged to have sent to my post office box. My personal favorite was the American evangelical stuff that someone convinced to send a really fucking heavy box of books to me. Like it would have cost a fucking fortune to post. Like it was really heavy. And they all just went straight in the oh no, I showed some of them on the stream and I read some extracts from some of them and then they went into recycling. So their evangelism did not actually reach my troubled soul. I just thought maybe I should message AZ because he might forget the time. Okay. Just in case he's forgotten that he was going to come on. You like? Oh, you think I look like a J Dub or something? This is my cocktail making outfit. I'm making more cocktails tonight. Still, you reckon I should have used them for kindling? Well, the burning is not very ecologically sound, so I just recycled them. Toronto Maple Leaf, you got a new job. Nice. Oh, and thank you for coming and checking out, and saying hello. I hope the new job goes well. Yes, in these strange and uncertain times, employment's good. The pin. Kirsten got me that when she was working at the Starwood Distillery. It's a Starwood Distillery pin. What does it say again? It says, you know what I could do? I could actually share it. Let me see if I can do this. No, I don't think that does work. Let me have a look. No, it doesn't work. That's cool. But anyway, it's something about elementally. Starwood whiskey. Gotta get the angle. Starwood whiskey, elementally matured. That's it. Ooh, Abigail has a date on Wednesday. Nice. So you're listening to all the lesbian playlists you can get your hand on just to get the vibe happening. Nice. Celtic King, that was from Toby. Well, that's good to know. Got one for himself. And the recycling centre got the rest. So, yeah. Mm. So, yes. Oh. Oh yeah, this is really starting to separate now. Now I'm absolutely fascinated at how that's going to turn out. And I'll probably be able to see it before the end of the stream, actually. So now 24 now. I just wait a little, although it doesn't look like I have to wait any longer. I'm going to wait a little bit longer, maybe another 10, 15 minutes, and then start filtering it. So this fucking tie, honestly. There, that's a bit better. All right, actually, I do. I'm looking for some suggestions. I'll try to just get. Is it Friday? Formal Friday? Yes. It's normally Friday night. Formal Friday. Because A, just making the joke about Formal Friday, but B, because I have a strategy now of shooting the next week's videos for my cocktail channel on a Friday night. And this is like my cocktail making outfit. And but I was wearing it last night as well because I was making some videos last night. But I still have to make some tonight, or one. Got to make one tonight. That's the thing. I have to decide if I do one or multiple things. Okay, so the video I am going to shoot tonight is Halloween cocktail video, being Halloween in about a week. So there's two decisions I have to make. Do I make multiple Halloween themed cocktails? Like I actually had 3 possibilities in mind, and I could do all 3 of them. Or do I just do one? If I just do one, I know which one I'm doing. Also, if I do more, like, so like here's a series of Halloween cocktail ideas for your Halloween, which is what I'm leaning towards. So I need to make that decision. Do I make 1 cocktail or 3 cocktails in the video? The other decision I need to make is how far in advance of Halloween do I post the video? That maybe people are looking for inspiration and they need enough time to prepare. So I'm either going to post the video on the Wednesday night or the Friday night, and Halloween Saturday night. So either way, it's going to be ahead of Halloween, but I'm not sure if I should do it just before Halloween or a couple of days before. So yeah, trying to decide whether to upload the video on the Wednesday or the Friday. Trying to make it with dry ice for spooky looking foggy drinks. Everyone wants to serve drinks in dry ice, and it's actually really dangerous. If you ever serve or receive a drink with dry ice, it's incredibly important not to drink it until the dry ice has completely vaporized. Because you get what's called low temperature burns from it. Like the dry ice is at such a low temperature, it damages skin or tissue the same way a heat burn does. And if you happen to swallow it, you will fuck up your throat. You probably fuck up your tongue, throat, and stomach. It's very, very dangerous. It's like always when people are talking cocktails, people go, "Oh, I could do a thing with dry ice." And I was saying, it sounds like a good idea, but it's actually best avoided because you can be all about the safety and whatnot, but it's still really dangerous, and people can make a mistake with it and drink the drink too early. Ingesting dry ice is a super fucking bad idea. Of course, the other thing is, for those who don't know, dry ice is frozen carbon dioxide. There was a story a year or so ago, some Russian oligarch playboy type was having a party, and I think it was an orgy actually, and everyone's jumping in the pool, and they threw dry ice in the pool because they thought it would look cool with all the fogginess, and it does. If you throw dry ice in a big body of water, it looks very cool. The thing is, it's carbon dioxide, and pure carbon dioxide is like heavier than the air around it and will stay low. So they were in a pool which was sunken, and huge clouds of carbon dioxide are coming up and just staying there. And they were all just going, yeah, party. And they were probably drunk and high. And a bunch of them died. They asphyxiated because they were inhaling carbon dioxide. So there you go. And thank you for the suggestion, Celtic King, to do it on Wednesday. That is actually what I was leaning towards. Yes. And Toronto Maple Leaf, I do agree dry ice looks cool. So doing like chips of dry ice in a drink so it bubbles and the carbon dioxide floats over the side looks cool. But yeah, you just do not give the drink to someone until it's stopped. And yes, David, I think that was a very bad orgy. It was not good. I forget how many people died, but supposedly quite a few of them. I say supposedly because I'm always suspicious of news stories from countries that are very hard to verify, where it sounds a bit like a morality tale, what they're saying. It's like when you hear something from China or South Korea or something of someone dying in a cyber cafe because they were addicted to online gaming, and they were there non-stop for 7 days or something, and they keeled over and died. It's like, it is very difficult to validate stories like that, and that story also fits a narrative that the authorities in that country would like to spread. So whenever everyone always latches onto those stories and goes, "Oh my God, did you hear the person died after doing a fucking online gaming binge?" It's like, well, yeah, maybe they did, maybe it's true, but I always yes, Raiders RT's a reliable news source, definitely, no sarcasm there. Yeah. But I don't think about it too much, I guess. I just take for granted. Whenever someone, and actually, I have to admit, I've been guilty of it, but whenever someone shares a fantastical story, you go, oh, and they're like, "Oh my God, how stupid!" And you're saying, "Yeah, is it though? Is it real? Is it really real?" Yeah, I think that's a true story, Dave. Dave's on Facebook for everyone on YouTube. Man in third world country cuts monkey penis off and eats it and grows new monkey penis on his wife's head. I think that story actually happened. Hey, Charlie, how are you? This fine thing. Yes, Toronto Maple Leafer, if you're not familiar, Celtic King loves everyone, which, is fine. Oh, yeah, Feeling Seal, all those badly acted morality tales, YouTube and TikTok. And particularly those various fuckknuckles who need to be thrown into a wood chipper, who put out videos they call social experiments, and they're always staged, and they're usually racist or misogynist or both. And it's just like, fucking hell. Charlie, I checked in with AZ today. It's nice you tried checking with him last night. You're sleeping. I checked in with him today, and he's planning on joining the stream. But AZ, he could be here in 30 seconds. It could be 30 minutes, but we're going to be here, fucking all night. So it's a party night. Dun, 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 dun. Second night of a 3-night party. Oh, yeah, I think you should be able to see that separating now. I think this one might end up being completely clear, which would be cool. Yes, Toronto Maple Leaf. Those social experiments usually an excuse to be fucking horrible. And Raiders, as you say, I don't know if they pay them, but they're always staged. They are always staged. You see some of the people behind them. They're fucking awful people. You've got a long weekend in NZ as well, Felix Taylor. Good for you. Labor weekend. Today, Friday, was the public holiday in Melbourne, ostensibly for the football grand final. I do have work on Monday, but I didn't have work today, and that felt good. I slept in till 10 because we were up fairly late last night, and then I basically played Red Dead Redemption. Did a little bit of shopping as well, but that was like it. Oh, no, I edited some video. I put a cocktail video up, my magic color changing cocktail video. Oh, Charlie, that's fair. You don't want to actually have kids, but you might adopt. And considering how many kids are in need of adoption, that's a good thing as well. That is an absolutely positive thing. Abigail, you only found out the purpose of the public holiday today. Yes, go the foosball. Well, yeah, again, it's, as I was explaining last night, it's a gazetted public holiday. The states have a certain number of gazetted holidays they can allocate, and they can call them whatever they want. So, like, different states have Labor Day on different dates, and they have different sort of localized ones. And I think it was Dan Andrews who shifted a public holiday, or possibly brought back a public holiday that Jeff Kennett got rid of. One of those two. He either moved one or brought back one that Jeff Kennett got rid of. And he said, Melbourne loves the football and the parade the day before, so we'll have a public holiday the day of the parade so people can go to the parade. And so, yes, while it sounds funny to say we have a public holiday for the football, it isn't really for the football. It's just placed there for convenience, which is good. So that was it, Raiders. Royal Melbourne Show Day that Kennett dropped. And so Dan Andrews just brought it back, but made it for the grand final. And we also, in a week and a half, we have another public holiday for the Melbourne Cup. That's only Melbourne Metro. The regional areas have that gazetted public holiday on a different date. It's actually normally their local show day when they have it. But anyway, so that's the funny side of public holidays. It's like the absolute gormless idiots who go on, they're royalists when you say we should be a republic because it's fucking absurd. An unelected foreigner is our head of state. Celtic King, good night. So, yes, it's absolutely absurd that an unelected foreigner is our head of state. And they go, oh, well, what are you going to do with the Queen's birthday long weekend then? You can't have that if they're a republic. You go, fuckhead, it's not actually the Queen's birthday. It's like the day the public holiday is not the Queen's birthday. They just call it that. Her birthday is a different date. And so, I'd call it Republic Day myself, if we finally became a republic, I would call it Republic Day. It's pretty fucking straightforward, you idiots. I often, the sort of people who really are very stupid but grossly overestimate their own intelligence and boldly assert something that makes them look absolutely stupid. I'm just going to rinse this. What does this taste like? It's interesting. There's It's basically a daiquiri with gin added to it. I think it's going to be pretty good. Ray, do you reckon we should have a Sex Pistols day? Charlie, Gough Whitlam day? I'd be all for that, actually. Hey, Safa. All right, just rinsing this, and I'll be back, as the big man said. Right, so I need a coffee filter paper. So, my bloody coffee filter's over here. Go big man. Look at this noise of violence from the next room. Mrs. Angry's playing Assassin's Creed, the one set in Greece, ancient Greece. Eat the Rich Day, Megaleech. That's a good one. Yes, no, that. Oh, Charlie, maintain the Rage Day. Yes. I could get behind maintain the Rage Day. Oh, bloody cohesive forces. Adhesive forces. Ugh, there. So now it sounds like someone weeing. I'll just give you some weeing ASMR there. Has that made anyone want to go to the toilet? So the first amount that goes through, and it goes through relatively fast, actually comes through cloudy. But what actually happens, a wonderful bit of food chemistry, all the curds, which are separated out from the milk, they sink to the bottom of the filter, and they do additional filtering and clarifying. And then the rate of which the liquid goes through slows right down to like drip, drip. But it also comes through very clear. So essentially, I want to let that keep going until it really slows down, and then pour it back through and start it again. And they'll be filtered through. There we go. What do you find in ancient Greece? Ancient chips. Okay, Raiders, the overall process. The cocktail that I started with had lime juice in it. You need an acid content in the base drink, whatever that. It doesn't have to be alcoholic. You can make a really fun clarified fruit cocktail, but your base drink has to have an acid content. Tea is actually a really common ingredient in these clarified punches, milk punches, because it strips all the tannins out of the tea, strips like the harshness, but the tea flavor comes through. So anyway, so your base drink has to have acid in it. You could just add like citric acid or something if you like, often have that for cooking. So your base drink, you add that to milk. You do the ratio of about 4 parts of your base drink to 1 part milk, and you add it to the milk, and that makes the milk curdle, which is what you want. You want the milk to separate into curds and whey, and you leave it sit. Some people say overnight, 24 hours. You don't need that long, like half an hour. Leave it sit for half an hour, and it'll start to separate out. And then you pour it through a funnel. I just use coffee filter paper. There are various cheeseclothy things and whatnot that you can use as well. Don't have to get very fussy. And you pour it in, and as I was saying, the little bit of food chemistry that kicks in, the curds start to sink to the bottom of the filter. Now, see, it was making the wee sound before, and now it's just dripping. So what that means is the curds have settled to the bottom of this, and the liquids are now being filtered through the curds. And the curds do way more work than the coffee paper does. The coffee paper is holding the curds in place. You filter through, clarifies it, and no matter what color the drink was before it went through, it comes through very clear. Nice, Abigail. Can you substitute magic mushies for acid? find LSD a bit harsh. It's a while since I've done a direct comparison, I have to tell you. But yeah, you could actually, that would actually probably taste nice, because a problem with magic mushies is often they taste gross. I did them once with some friends a very long time ago, and boiled them up. And they decided, okay, so we've got this boiling magic mushy water. They decided to make coffee with theirs, and I made tea because I don't like coffee. And the tea was okay. Apparently the coffee was absolutely disgusting, but they drank it anyway. And then off we went. Charlie, you make yogurt sometimes. You make it Greek by straining through a cloth. Yeah. And that's what cheesecloth is, literally called cheesecloth, because this separating curds and stuff, that's the base process for making cheese. And when they've sort of made the cheese base, they glop it all in, and the whey drips through the cheesecloth, but the cheesy stuff stays in there. So that's literally why it's called cheesecloth, if you've ever wondered, because that was the way to make cheese back in the day. And you can still make it that way now, of course. So yeah, now this is just dripping through, and you probably can't tell, but it's much clearer. I think it's going to be almost completely clear, like water, which will be cool. It'll be the first time I've had one be completely clear. So it was interesting because the base drinks was like purple gin that I'd added the butterfly pea flower extract to. So it was purple gin, and the other one was brandy. I think I said, no, wait, what did I make? Oh, there was 3 of them, actually. Yeah, I think there was 3. It was the purple gin, the brandy one, which is called 300 poems. And I think I did make a daiquiri. So it's brandy, gin, and rum in there. There you go. Talented Kurds named after Kurdistan. I don't think so, but who could tell? Safa, cocktails do cost more than beer, but actually, in pure terms of, bang for buck, as in alcohol content, they're not necessarily that much more expensive than beer. But yes, they taste. I mean, some people are beer people. Jesus, okay, what the fuck was that? And genuinely like the taste of beer, but cocktails are much. I hate beer. Cocktails are much better. So, speaking of which, okay, need to. I need my book, because one of the cocktail recipes is in my book. I just need to grab it. It's in the next room. I'll be back. The book was here all along. Okay. Fair enough. Charlie's a beer person. That's fair. Safa was dubbo, boring as a youth, not drinking beer. Yeah, I didn't drink alcohol at all when I was in dubbo, which really left me out of a lot of things, honestly. But yeah, personally, I think dubbo's boring if you've got beer. It's just you blank it out a bit. And yes, good call, Charlie. At pubs, the cheapest option is usually schooners of local beer. 4x gold for you, up your way. wonder how much Dubbo is progressed, like which pubs I could go to there that would make any sort of cocktail. So I've not been to Dubbo for quite a few years. So at least I have an excuse at the moment. I'm not allowed to. Yeah. But yes, I mean, they always sold spirits and stuff in pubs, so they technically could always make cocktails. I just don't know. Yeah, maybe Dubbo's really sophisticated now. I don't know. Stranger things have happened. So I'm going to make the coin toss out of here. What did you say about the coin toss? Is there anything interesting to say about it here? Oh, right. They're calling this, drinks of God because it has an element that was made by monks, chartreuse in this case, and Benedictine. So 2 different monks, actually. But I'm making it because it's red, so it looks like blood. So it's a good Halloween drink. Yes, it's 4X exactly, Charlie. And yes, Foster's. No, Foster's is Sydney. The Victorian beer is Vic Bitter, Victoria Bitter. Yes, everyone thinks Foster's is shit. I think all beer is shit. I just don't like it. But yes, you get very few Foster's aficionados in Australia. I think Devil's Margarita. All right, I'm looking for. I had some other Halloween cocktails in mind. Right, which one's thing? A bat bite. A bitch. It's a beer cocktail. Bleh. Champagne cocktail. Bleh. Blood sage. I don't have any sage. Clairvoyant. Oh, a corpse reviver. That's right. The other 2 possible Halloween theme cocktails I was thinking of doing: Corpse Reviver number 2 and a zombie. What's this one? Fade to Black. Oh, I just ran out of blackberries. I had some fucking blackberries and I don't have them anymore. Rum, lemon juice, egg white. I know it's saying put activated charcoal powder in there so it goes black. Be very dark with blackberries. I think I do it without the activated charcoal. VB stands for very bad. Yes, Raiders. Foster as well as the Carlton United Brewery drink. So for Foster's, the 70s was when Foster's, 60s and 70s, Foster's was popular. No, Safa, I'm not parochial with tastes in anything, whether it be beverages or sports or any of those things to make you a bad Victorian. Yeah, this is almost completely clear, like water. Nice. Probably going to taste pretty good too. Excellent. I'll be able to drink some of that tomorrow night. Probably won't be ready to. Probably be ready eventually, but I'm going to make some other ones tonight. So am I doubling up if I do a zombie and a corpse reviver for Halloween? Okay, there's a theme there. If you have a corpse reviver, then you'll end up with a zombie. Corpse reviver, gin, triple sec, Lille Blanc, lemon juice, sugar syrup, and dash of absinthe. Their recipe for a zombie: shot of overproof pot still rum, 1.5 shots of white or gold rum, 2/3 of a shot of overproof aged rum, half a shot of falernum, splash of absinthe again. What they say, Pernod Anise, pineapple juice, lime juice, grapefruit juice, grenadine. That's a big old drink. Zombie. Dingle Dee, you all right? I don't like coffee. Haven't heard of Awake the Dead. Was Fade to Black and Amy Winehouse songwriters. There you go. I don't know Amy Winehouse very long. Ooh, Charlie, that's a fancy beer. 4X Summer with lime. Nice. Yes. It still weirds me out that Amy Winehouse, who died from her addictions, actually had a song. They tried to make me go to rehab, but I said no, no, no. It was oof. Yeah, it's a bit full. And speaking of dangerous drug addicts, look who's here.
I've met a dangerous drug addict.
That's you've taken advantage of the hairdressers being open by the looks of you.
No.
Home job?
No. Police.
Police cut your hair?
Yeah.
They're trying to make you...
Hey, you, get off the streets. And I went, I'm not on the streets. They went, yeah, look at you, you're scruffy. And so then they went, drag, 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 drag. And I said, I can walk. And I went, no, it's too slow. And then they went, drag, drag. And they said to the hair barber, make him go with less hair. And it cut
slowing him down.
And then they said, oh, you're not Watkins, Jimmy. I went, no, I'm not Watkins, Jimmy. I'm Ainsley. Oh, give him a shave. And so they went, shave, shave, shave. And I said, you're taking away all my character. And they said, no, you've still got the smell about you. People will still recognize you as having character, like fine wine. And so they went, yeah, there you go.
Okay.
You can
hi, Annette, by the way. Yeah.
Hey?
Annette just came in while you were talking, saying hello to Annette.
Hi, Annette.
Yeah. So, yes, Zaf was saying, don't go outside. Preston has COVID. So, there's...
Yeah, Preston's got COVID. My mother said to me today, don't go outside, Preston's got COVID. And I said, Preston's far away from me. I'm in Northcote where the rich people live.
That's Rich Preston, yes.
Yeah, it's Rich Preston, and they don't wear masks because they're rich. They're not going to get attacked. Much like Marga.
Yes.
He doesn't have to wear a mask because he's not going to get. Oh. Anyway, but he can afford millions of dollars to get nanites into him. How'd you beat
Yeah. Yeah. But this is my funny thing. They pumped him so full of experimental drugs. He could just drop dead at any moment. Like his body could just go, no, wait, I don't like that.
Yeah. But it's the presidency, so you're prepared to do anything. You know, you've got to really want it. Like I really want it, right? And if they said you've got to cancel civil rights for all people of color, you know, all people of size and all people of vagina, I'd do it. I'd do it.
That's fair.
I'd go, yeah, I'll be a Republican. You know, I'd make sure that all the oppressed peoples were oppressed.
Yeah.
You know, you can't have COVID fucking handing out chingers wandering around Australia just owning stuff, saying have some COVID and pay me rent. Because you know that disrupts culture, and it gets in the way of the smooth running of a welfare state.
Oops. Yes. So I'm just looking. Everyone's now sharing their COVID stuff. Annette's worried about Preston because she lives in the next suburb. Karaga says a case. Stuff saying Albury's almost 100 days without a case. Poor Toronto Maple Leaf, the province of Ontario, 14.7 million people, announced 841 new cases of COVID yesterday. Terrified to see what new number Well, that's what we had in Melbourne with a much smaller population than that. We hit 750 cases in a day. Then we had super duper mega lockdown for fucking months, and it's got it right down. So your two options are the same day we had 750, like the UK had 750 cases. We went super duper lockdown. We're down to almost none now. UK is up to like 20,000 new cases a day. So those are your two potential paths from here, Toronto Maple Leaf. Either you get the lockdown action, or you get the lots and lots of people getting the virus.
Or you get dead people.
Yep. So, yes, I'm with you, Abigail. I hardly ever go outside.
That the Americans have killed, 40,000 of them now? And they're still going, oh, I've got a right not to wear a mask. It's like, are you watching the news?
Yeah.
Have you seen people not be around lately?
Yeah.
Have you noticed?
I can wait for Halloween, man.
Some people at work.
Yeah.
I don't know why I wait till I go on the show to do the teeth. It's not part of the thing.
That's all right.
It's just fucking. Anyway, but I look at the Americans and they're on about fucking rights, and it's like, what about your own personal right of responsibility to life?
Yeah.
Is there a point? I just got out of the shower. I have to go and support a friend having a rough time with her mental health. But just to say, he's looking very handsome, all 16. Yeah, I know. So
I thought you'd like to see that. That's all. I just want to show you that one.
So you're right about that. Yeah, sometimes the police do a good job.
Yeah.
And no, I had to have a shave and a shower and a thing because I borrowed some money off a friend, and she said, "So you can have a haircut." Then I went, right. I'm reading between the lines here, and so I did, and I think it was probably the go because I was getting a bit scruffy. And wasn't
okay.
Scared of me. Yeah. And they did my eyebrows. You know, instead of having John Howard eyebrows, they went and cut them off.
They come in with the hedge trimmers. Let's get rid of these bad boys.
Yeah, there's that. And What else? I fucking wandered in.
Yes.
Okay, so Monday comes round and I go to the
Mhm.
barber and there's guys lined up out the door.
Yes.
And
Yes.
I'm going, shit. I won't go in today. And then I go in on Tuesday and I just wander in going, can I have a go at your show? And they go, yeah, take a seat. Be a while. I'm going, yeah, I've got my podcast here. I've got my Timmy Boo happening.
Mm-hmm.
Distorted View, good podcast. I know you don't like it, but I really do. It's filthy. It's really filthy.
It is. It is.
Love the shit out of it. And so I'm listening to Timmy Boo, and I get in, and all these guys are looking at me like this, and I'm going, why are you looking at me? Give me greetings. And all these guys are coming and saying, oh, I've got a 10 o'clock. Oh, I've got a 10:15. Oh, I've got a 10:20. And other guys are going, and the chairs are full. And the guys are coming and saying, so, can I walk in? Yeah, but it's a 2-hour wait. And I'm going, oh, I had a 10-minute wait. So what's happened is I've just gone gazumped all these fucking people. And then I've gone, I'm a pensioner, give me a free haircut. Cheap one anyway. And so they gave me a cheap one. And now, admittedly, I didn't go, now what I want is pink tips with a chartreuse line going down the center. And I want zags. In the style of the Balmain Football Club. I just said, short, cut it all
Go
off,
for
give
it.
me a bit of fringe to make it look like I'm not going bald, and then that'll do me.
Yeah.
And I'd already shaved. See, what I usually do is I go in there and I get him to do a shave bit as well. Yeah. But I went, no, I'll shave first. That way I can have my haircut and I can go home and get showered and get all the hair off me. And did all that. And then all these guys are looking at me like, but it only took 10 minutes maximum to do it. That was everything. That was come and sit down to paying and leaving. And so it took no time at all. And the guys in there getting their foot and then, and I was like, nah, just cut it off. And then I went to the chemist and they went, bloody hell, you've had a haircut. And I said, yep, haircut, a change of clothes and a shower makes you look much less homeless. And they go, oh, we know you're homeless. Don't you worry about it. We'll still deal with you as a normal customer. Get over in the corner, junkie.
Don't pollute the other customers.
The other haircut customers are pissed off at me. But I didn't know that they'd actually shut. I didn't actually know the barbers had shut. People were talking about their long hair, but I didn't fucking get that they'd shut them down. And they only opened the Monday, the day before I went in. It was packed on Tuesday too. But I didn't know that. I just wanted in with the sincere belief that they were going to give me
you could just rock up.
Haircut. And they did. And the power of belief, people.
That's a good thing. Yes, I mean, I knew all the women's hairdressers. They were reporting the instant that announcement was made, like their emails and like they rocked into their shops and they had online booking stuff and whatever, and they got booked up for fucking weeks instantly. As soon as Dan the Man said open as of Monday, they were all booked up. And so I knew all the women's hairdressers were all booked up. But as you discovered, I was down the shops and there's a men's barber across the road and there was a line out the door. And I was thinking, I mean, this is the longest my hair's been in literally decades. It was
True.
slightly long. It was slightly, not slightly, actually, it was much longer at the back, but it was about this long in the front. When we were at college, there was one year where I let my hair grow. Apart from that, this is like the longest my hair's been in fucking decades. And I'm not in a huge rush to get a haircut. Luxuriating in the. I'm also toying with, do I do the coloring thing as well? Because I've got all these
I reckon I like the coloring thing, but I wanted to do the coloring thing for a while, and the downside is that the chemicals involved in the coloring thing aren't real good for you.
That's true. That is absolutely true.
Blood diseases like I've got, and I've got
they're toxic.
Coming
toxic
up.
AF.
And if they find like hair coloring toxins in there, they're gonna shit. And the hair color I use is a very brilliant blue. It's an electric blue, and it's permanent. It's at home, but it's permanent.
Okay, yeah.
And what you got to do is you got to break your hair, right? Because I've got very dark hair. Hello, angry family member.
Yeah, and mysterious ninja going to the freezer behind us.
Yeah. Total ninja work. Didn't see a thing. Brilliant ninja work.
Liberated an ice cream and off they go.
And so basically, I get this really intense electric blue. They have to break the hair. Now, what that is where you put bleach in to the point where it's so much that it makes your hair brittle and it'll break when you move it and it'll crack.
I remember from female friends who did lots of radical colors, they go, at a certain point, you have to stop because your hair just breaks when you touch it.
Yeah. So I actually have to get my hair to break. Otherwise, it won't take the dye properly. It won't go blonde enough to take the dye properly. Right, I'm leaving you, Mum, to entertain my dogs while someone said, don't corrupt my babies with your filth. Stella, I wouldn't do that to a dog.
No promises, but, Saf wants to know, is bleach painful? Short answer is yes, but not terribly. But it burns. You can feel the burn. Even just with hair color, which has a bleach element in it, I can feel like you can feel the burn and tingle on your scalp. So if you go hardcore bleach, that burns. Was the joke in the Malcolm X movie with Denzel Washington all those years ago when he was a gangster type before he went to prison and found religion? Him and his friend, they're trying to straighten their hair and they're doing it with something truly terrible. It's like an industrial bleach. It's the same stuff in Fight Club that Tyler Durden does when, like, kiss the back of your hand and then pour this stuff on water. It's lye. They use Malcolm X, before he's Malcolm X with his friend, is putting lye in his hair to try and straighten and lighten it, and of course it burns like fuck. And it's had blisters on her scalp from too much bleach. There you go. Oh, look, I have to share something. Megaleech told me to check my Facebook messages, and he's done someone was talking about there should be a face swap on us, so your clean cut look was on my outfit, and Megaleech has done a truly terrifying face swap there, so that's pretty.
Hell, I'm Arnie. I'll be back.
Yeah. That's just a little bit disturbing.
I'll be back. Jesus Christ, you look like you've had too much years at the office.
Yeah.
On me. And I look like I'm going to come back with a fucking pump action shotgun in a truck.
That is a bit Chopper Reed looking, isn't it?
Hey?
Your one was a bit Chopper Reed looking.
A little bit, yeah. I like it. But I've got ears. And I don't lie about the people I've killed.
Uh,
That's
so
pretty. Chopper Reed's dead now, isn't he?
yes, he died of the big C, I think.
Yeah.
After years of avoiding other people trying to kill him. But yeah. So he did, in fact, pop his call. I'll always love him because he was on one of those ridiculous daytime shows in the morning or the middle of the day. And I know they thought they were being racy having Chopper Reed on. And, ooh, aren't we naughty? And what we've got Chopper Reed on. And just out of the blue, he starts going Alan Jones and going, well, there was an incident in a public toilet in 1990 and cut to advertisement where he's about to talk about Alan Jones's arrest for cottaging when the UK under Margaret Thatcher was having a really Puritan enforcement thing on the chaps who go to pick up other chaps in public toilets. And
No
yes,
clause 28. No
Sorry?
clause 28.
Yeah. Ah, Abigail had
No,
a photo taken with Chopper. There you go. Was that one of his book launches? Like he was churning after he did one book, which was very silly, and it was quite successful. He was just churning them out. He put out so many books in the end.
He did. Crime doesn't pay. That's the trouble with crime.
You
know, ironically, the things that pay are the things that you pay tax on.
Well, it's notoriously how a lot of criminals from Al Capone on have been caught, that they got them on tax things because it's like, well, your lifestyle can't be afforded unless you have much more money than you declared. So therefore you owe us and we can jail you. And there's all sorts of laws being put in place for that.
You know, the irony is if Al Capone had turned around and said, here's $12 million in tax, they would have let him alone.
Yeah, but his ego wouldn't let him. He thought he'd beat them in court.
He didn't pay. He had it. He just didn't pay. He could have paid it up, right? And then just fucking kept business as usual. Like, because, like, you know, back in those days, he was earning $1 million a quarter, right? Which, that's back in those days.
Big money, yeah.
Right? And he just went, I'm not fucking paying government, American government fucking money. And it's like, well, the government's got a bigger gang than you, dickhead.
That was his downfall, not realizing that.
Bit of wisdom from Azy. The government's always got a bigger gang than you.
Yeah.
And they have affiliated gangs. You know how unions, when they go on strike, get affiliated unions to turn up to their strikes when it looks like a bit hairy? The government has affiliated fucking unions to turn up to their strikes as well.
Yeah.
You might take on the local council, and then the local police turn up. And then the local army turns up. It just gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and there's more of them than there are of you, and they've got so much better resources. And their ammunition never seems to run out.
Yeah. So I love with Abigail's Chopper story. It wasn't at one of his book launches. It was at one of his appearances at the Comics Lounge, where members of the audience would ask him questions and do it. And and the comic on stage was hitting on Abigail. And Abigail's question to Chopper was, "What happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object?" And Chopper apparently did not get the nuance of the question. So there you go.
No, of course not.
And Annette, who's read his books, says funny, but definitely don't believe a word of them. So
fucking we had Chopper read at the Comics Lounge. We were doing a Monday night show, and we had Monday nights as a residency for 3 years. Yeah. And he came to one, and everyone was having trouble because he was heckling everyone. And I got up to do my bit, and I went, you know what? Fuck this. I'm the comic. He's the audience. And I fucking went in both barrels. And he laughed his ass out and shut up. and everyone's going, "What are you fucking doing? You fucking get shot." And I've been shot before.
Shot by Iraqis before it was trendy.
Fucking arthritis. I don't really care anymore. So I fucking went, and yeah, the night picked up from there on in, so it was good. So don't be intimidated when you're on stage. Just fucking do your thing.
Yeah. Although apparently there's a guy, I don't know that you're even passingly familiar with him, an Australian YouTuber who's very popular and does live shows popular, Alex Williamson. It's like very bogan humor. He calls himself the loosest Aussie, Australia's loosest bloke. And so very bogan humor, essentially. It's like a younger Chris, what's his name? Evans?
Franklin.
But Chris Franklin, thank you. So very, very like bogan in his humor. He has fun and he's got a fan base. Apparently, he started picking fights at gigs and they get physical and things thrown and whatnot. And I think, I don't know, I feel like he's hitting desperation if he's actually getting into physical conflict with audience members. But
well, you know what? That's been coming for some time. The word around the place is that individuals that I am associated with,
yes,
have been getting more and more aggressive and more intimidating. And so they're getting gigs not on the strength of the fact that they're good, but on the strength of the fact that they're quite frightening people. And so they'll get up on stage pissed and fucking just go to the audience. And the audience is like, well, yeah, no. And your audiences have been going, and fuck you back. I've had enough paying through the arse for drinks that are watered down, because there's no paid for comedy nights anymore. They're all free, and that's a bad look. Because
it's not sustainable.
If you're but if you're sitting there watching something that you haven't invested in, I'm
so 100% on board with you. Like when we were trying to organize some YouTube things, there was some stuff that we could have, an event thing that we could have made free, but then we're like, no, then people aren't invested in it. It's got to be at least a nominal payment because then it means something. Well, this is a thing that I committed to because I put money to it.
It worked. That philosophy worked. The bits and pieces that we did for nothing didn't work so good. Mind you, there were other problems involved with that as well.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, just looking at some chat. Annette's wondering, as we're talking about Aussie comedians, any non-Aussies going like, I wonder who the fuck they're talking about. But Alex Williamson, Shooter Williamson being on YouTube, and Feeler and Sealer raises a good point. Alex Williamson is also very casual with the racism in his routines as well. And he tries to worm his way out of it when someone calls him on it, but he's very casual and lazy with the racism.
That's been coming for a while. Misogyny's been coming for a while. And the big one at the moment that's been coming for a while is the rape is okay jokes have been creeping in. And all of this is backlash to triggering mentality. And it's, because comics love to fucking take on a societal norm. Love it. Love it to death. And once you get your societal norms, and this is the trouble when you haven't taped down your societal norms, right? So a societal norm is that you don't steal money from cancer kitty charities.
Which
That's a
doesn't remind us
societal
of
norm,
anyone. But yes,
right?
of course, yes.
Right, but that's been taped down. That's
Mm.
been agreed on by everyone. What's not been agreed on by everyone is screech feminism and fat shaming. It's not been agreed on by everyone. It's not taped down. And
Yes.
so, because there's still wiggle room in there, you'll get comics going in and going for it. You can always tell. An easy way to tell what a comic's going to go for is when they go religion.
Yeah.
Because it's actually a fairly easy target.
Yeah.
Because you've got basically people saying, "Give me money for nothing. I've got an invisible dragon in my garage, and if you really, really believe, I'm going to let you open the door and look in my garage. But then I'm going to shut the door, and you've got to give me more money anyway." And the dragon grants wishes. And if you really, really believe, the dragon's going to give you wishes.
Yeah.
So, religion's an easy target because, it's obviously got big fucking holes in it. So take that and then take all these other things that have got holes in them. And instead of plugging up the holes using humor, which you can do, think this through. The US Second Amendment, fucking shoot everyone on sight. The problem is when they think offensive and they're joking, offensive, funny, you should be funny. Yes, Charlie, that's true. The Second Amendment, you're allowed to shoot people with guns, is religious over there. I remember you said it to me that it'll never change because after Sandy Hook,
oh yeah,
if that got through and didn't cause a major change in gun religion, then nothing would, and it didn't.
No, that was literally
it was one of the few times I saw Obama really angry.
Yeah, they killed white toddlers. They killed a bunch of white toddlers. If you can kill white toddlers and nothing changes, nothing's ever changing.
Nothing's ever changing. And so basically, so there's holes in that. And Chris Rock addressed the holes and did that wonderful fucking routine where he says that guns don't kill people, bullets kill people.
We need to make bullets expensive.
We shouldn't be trying to fucking regulate guns. We should be trying to regulate bullets. Now, I bet your ass if bullets cost $25,000 a bullet, then we'd have a much different profile of crime in this country. And then he goes on and says, "I hate you, motherfucker. I'm going to go get me a second job, and save up, and come back and put 1, maybe 2 caps in your ass. Stay around for 5 years. I got it, motherfucker."
The other part of that joke I loved, we said, so if you, in a world like that, if you shoot someone, people are just going to go, fuck, I guess he really deserved it. Because you paid a lot of money to kill that dude.
Spent
he must really need
$100,000 on that motherfucker.
It's just wild.
But the thing is, you know what? That's a good point. That's a very good point. If he because if you go fucking gun control in America, they'll cut your balls out. But if you go, hey, let's make him $25,000 a bullet, there's no argument to that.
Except they'll just make bullets at home. But yeah.
Well, look, I can make bullets at home too, but they don't always work very well. And sometimes you get flashity flash, and you don't like that. fucking precision in measuring. That's you go, and those precision measuring tools, they're expensive. Anyway, fucking but I mean you can get around that. I mean you can just make fucking grains, gunpowder grains or cordate grains or gun cotton grains, $25,000 a packet. Go the discount option.
Yeah.
But there's no argument against it. That's a fair enough thing. And America being the land of opportunity and business, I mean, if you had an opportunity to go big pharma on your bullets, how much does it cost to market these things? Aren't we expected to make money too? That's why we don't sell fucking aftermarket supplies to Africa. They've got to pay all of their fucking bank loans to guns. Real big time military fucking weapons are enormously expensive, but fucking kill niggers on the sidewalk guns are cheap as.
Yes.
So.
It is a big part of the problem in America that the access to the guns is so easy and they're so cheap.
But I mean, I love this, a well-regulated militia, right? And there is a group in America who every year goes up to General Dynamics and says, I would like to buy one atomic bomb, please.
Yes.
And they go, no. And they go, well, I think you'll find that in order to protect myself against a tyrannical government who has atomic bombs, I need to arm myself accordingly. So to protect myself against this tyrannical government, I need atomic bombs. One atomic bomb, please. And you know what? If you read that legislation, that's what it's about. It's like if the government ever gets out of hand, you've got to be able to fight back. And the government says, oh, yeah, have handguns. Oh, yeah, have squirrel shooting fucking automatics. But fucking, no, I don't have a cannon. No, I don't have a cruise missile. Drones are starting to get more and more licensed. As fucking phone cameras get better. Phone cameras get better, the drone laws in America are getting more and more tight. It's effectively because corporates don't want you flying drones around their fucking proving grounds and production facilities. Thank you. They don't want drones fucking sitting out the window of their offices watching you type in your password, which is brilliant. Can you imagine just like drones everywhere dropping off Amazon parcels, and you've got one with Amazon there and a little hole and a camera, and you're going, oh yeah, her password is pencil. All right.
Yes. Yeah.
And then you go over to the next one. And all it is the Amazon drone trying to fucking give you your parcel. No, it's not. It's really AIDS and angry going, we're gonna get into a large corporate entity and take their bank account.
Yeah. I'm still amazed there hasn't been a significant terrorist incident involving drones. Like just like at a major, the simplest one that springs to mind, at a major sporting event, like an outdoor event, just flying a drone in, because some of them can carry a couple kilograms. You fly in a couple kilograms of shrapnel bomb and detonate over the heads of people so you get maximum spread. Mucho chaos. And hey, for shits and giggles, do it with multiple drones at the same time at different points.
If you put 2 kilos of fucking Semtex on a drone, and a drone can carry 2 kilos piece of piss.
Oh yeah.
Right? That will blow up a 8-bedroom house. right? 2 kilos of Semtex in one block will blow up an 8-bedroom house quite effectively. So go over a football stadium with 20 of those and just go, Death to America. Thank you very much for the technology. Beep. I love the fact that fucking terrorists use American fucking LCD cameras to put their threats against Satan America.
Yeah. And I read a journo who was, doing some conflict reporting from Syria was saying like one of the scarier noises they get is when you hear a drone, because they are using them in Syria and they're really hard to see and quite hard to stop, but you'll hear that horrible little mosquito whine of them coming in, and you just be there and go, where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it? Was it? Because even if it just has a hand grenade in it, you don't want it to fucking go off next to you. But yeah, they are putting reasonable amounts of explosive in and just flying them over secure compounds and just flying them over and detonate. So yeah, saying that was scary as fuck. Gunfire, you'd see the people who'd been there for a while not even flinch when there's gunfire, even if it's quite close, because they're like, yeah. But the little mosquito whine of drone comes, and everyone's like, fuck, 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 fuck. Where is it? Fuck, fuck.
Well, here's another one, just so because no one needs sleep, right? There are now so many drones in the US military. And so many drone pilots, yeah.
Yes.
And so much infrastructure that carries the drones forward, that there are thousands of people in the US Air Force involved in drone piloting.
Yes.
And it takes one Chelsea Manning to go, here are the fucking frequencies on which the drones operate. Takes one.
Yes. Sabotage would be fairly easy, yes.
Because fucking when you're talking about those numbers, you're starting to get into a few of them have to be criminal. A few of them have to be. In the Australian Army, they look out for the 10 graduates of Duntroon every year that are involved in theft, rape, murder, and intimidation, because they know, because of the numbers, that they're there. They know they're there, and they are looking for them all the time. Remember, these people are being trained to shoot people, and they're being trained to evade fucking capture, and they're being trained to lie, cheat, deceive, and steal. And so when they're doing it to each other, it gets harder and harder because they get taught how to intimidate large groups of people. So fucking, think about the US military and its drone technology and what it uses drones for. And I wonder how many drones just go missing every year.
Oh, probably several.
Probably just go missing, and they're all armed. And what happened? Where is it? Oh, it's gone. It just went off radar,
Yeah, we lost the signal.
Program to go here and here, and then the program's changed, and then it went. Where did it go? Who knows?
Yeah. Hey, so I'm going to make some cocktails, for some Halloween-themed cocktails for my cocktail channel. Do you want to just talk to the people while I do that? Or are you in the mood if we open the gates and bring some... Well,
last time I was on, I got a suggestion from nobody to offer an answer to any question at all for a minute. So if we have someone timing and we get any question at all, I'll answer it for a minute. And,
okay. Can you see the chat?
Question. I can't see the chat, but what we should do...
We need to get someone in to be that.
We get some Brady Bunch in.
Yeah.
or one or two in. Get one or two in to see the chat.
All right.
Pick your questions and time, and then I'll just go for it. How's that?
All right.
Does that work for everyone? Does everyone agree?
That sounds excellent. That sounds excellent. So I'm going to put the link in the chat, and what we want is someone who can see the chat to join in and be the question poser to Aidsy. You can, of course, pose your own questions as well, but for you to see the questions on the chat and yes, also time 60 seconds and see what happens. All right. So I put the linkaroonie in there, and I will hang around long enough to get someone to come on. And that sounds like an excellent plan as I take 15 or so minutes to make some cocktails. I'm clarifying.
Get another drink of.
Yeah, get yourself ready. I told everyone this one is probably going to be completely clear like water, and it is.
What are you doing there?
I am milk clarifying some stuff.
What? Some stuff, some water. Are you milk clarifying water again?
It's got white rum, so that is watercolor, and gin, which is watercolor, but I colored it purple, and brandy. And Abigail's going to play the role. Yay.
Hey,
okay.
Abigail, how you going, gorgeous?
All right. So, AD, you're going to get a drink and fortify yourself?
Yeah. Oh, shit.
All right. So, Abigail's going to be moderator. I'll hang around. I'll hang around and talk with Abigail while AZ goes off and gets organized. Hey, I think I've got one of those microphones that you've got there, Abigail. Yes. Oh, it stopped working. It stopped working. So, well, Charlie, you got to feed the dog and put your face on. We'll definitely do like full on.
That's better? Yeah.
Yeah, that's better. That's better. Oh,
let me know if there's any echo. Because I don't have a headset on.
All right, I don't really hear any echo.
There's some delay.
Cool. Yeah, because I put a gate on it so that background noise doesn't come through.
Delay's gone.
There is some weird tiny echo happening, actually.
Okay.
More like reverb. How's me with the words?
So yeah, we need to sort that out.
That should be better. Oh, I love the frame.
Yeah, I just realized I could do that, so I thought I'd do that.
Cool. So I'm moderating this.
Yeah. So Abigail. So yeah, two tasks. One is provide your own question and also read any questions people put into the thread in the chat. And second, apparently the rule is time AZ 60 seconds.
Sure. Okay.
And maybe give him a 10-second warning. Yeah, no. We're giving you the time to get ready, Sunshine.
Yeah.
Give him a 10-second warning. And it sounds like a fun experiment.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you're now like. 60 seconds is both a long time and surprisingly a short amount of time at the same time. Like
I know nobody's saying, well, I didn't mean specifically strictly 1 minute. Maybe what you and AZ could do is when you pose the question, say, how long do you think it'll take you to answer that question? Or we could say 90 seconds or 2 minutes or whatever.
90 seconds. 90 seconds sounds like a good round number.
90 seconds is a good thing? Okay. Nobody suggested. Okay, we'll say 90 seconds.
2 minutes. That's a good point.
Yeah, you could either say a set thing, or I think is the thing you could say like, okay, that's the question. Do you want 90 seconds or 2 minutes? Or we just say 90 seconds. You're going to be moderator. You can.
Okay. If I had OBS running, I could put a timer on the screen. But I don't have OBS running at the moment. Let's see if I can get that sorted.
Where'd the alcohol go? Why is there no rum? He's channeling Johnny Depp. Right. I'm clearing the decks a bit so I can make these cocktails. So if I'm going to do a corpse revive. Okay, so wait, I'm going to do the Dracula blood one. Coin toss. So that's rum, vermouth, chartreuse, and Benedictine. Okay. This I'm gonna have to get them on the time because this is a lot of alcohol. Okay, I'll get you first. Which rum will I make? I like this rum. Rum.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna have to deal.
You deal, buddy.
I'm just gonna have to deal with I think I've got a little one.
Oh, where did I put my Benedictine?
I did have a little one.
I think it's in there. I think that, yeah, there it is. Benedictine. What else? There was something else in this. 3/4, 1/4, 1/4 bitters. Peychaud's bitters. Okay. So 2 ounce, 3/4, 1/4. I can remember that.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna have to live in a dirty world.
A dirty, dirty world.
Oh, I'm loving that fucking laser show that Abigail's got going on.
I'm trying to get my a timer on the screen, so I've got OBS running, but
All right.
StreamYard has my camera at the moment, so I have to stop OBS and restart it, and
Okay.
it's just a pain in the butt.
Abigail and her technology.
Oh, that's better. Okay. Cool. I got it. It's easier if... There we go. Okay, so...
Oh, and hello,
Okay,
Kirsten, by the way. What we're doing here, Kirsten, is Abigail's going to moderate while I go off and make some
I'm
cocktails.
also going to put a
and
timer on the screen.
Yeah. People ask AZ a question. He can't see the chat, so Abigail's both telling him the question and time limit.
I've got
Let's do this.
horizontal
That's
flip
backwards.
Yeah, I've got horizontal flip on. There we go.
Oh, there we go. Let's do this. There we
So
go.
I gotta. That's my countdown timer that
Ooh,
I use
excellent.
for the streams I run. So once the timer's run out, I have a. Okay, so we're gonna set the time
Yeah.
to 2 minutes.
2 minutes. 2
2
minutes.
minutes.
2 minutes.
Wow. I'm allowed to stretch my legs.
Okay.
Stretch your
Okay.
legs. Yeah.
So where do we want that? We're just going to put the... Yeah, okay. We'll leave it up.
There's good. I like it.
Cool. Okay, so my question... My first question for you...
Wait a second. Before you start,
Yep.
I'm going to switch just so you know, I'm switching everything off. So my speaker and microphone are off now, and the world is yours.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
The world is ours. Let's say
The
rude
world
things
is
about it.
ours.
Can you hear us?
So you've got two minutes to answer this deeply
Can't hear us.
philosophical question.
Yeah.
I want you to answer this question. Okay, so in Star Trek, and this is a common philosophy problem as well, but
I'm getting
I'm
my,
linking it
my
to Star Trek
philosophy
because, yep, the transporters in Star Trek disassemble you and reassemble you at the other end. I want you to explain if you think if you were transported through the transporter, if you are at the other end or not.
Okay.
Discuss.
The whole transport technology in Star Trek works on the principle of there being no religion. Because basically what we know from simple computer logic is that what happens is the computers disassemble you nanite by nanite, proton by electron, and reassemble you electron by baryon at the other end. Now, what that means is you die at one end, you are emailed across the universe, and you are rebuilt from the ground up with the exact interference patterns in your brain going at the time that you got disassembled. All right. So that means the quicker this process is done, the better. And the less jarring it will be to have your brain switch back on. But what it also means is that it's not you at the other end. It's a simulacrum of you. It's the closest thing you've got to you, and you'll remember you. But you won't be you, because the you will be dead. So the religions will all say, no, don't do it because it's bad. Your soul will go into the ether. And Star Trek relies on the fact that there's no religion going on in the 25th century and
24th
century. So there you go.
Yes.
That's how that's done.
Okay, well, you had
to go.
15 seconds to spare. Okay, well, apparently Kirsten has a question. So if you would like to pop that in the chat, Kirsten. And thank you for the answer. It was very insightful. I'm not sure if I agree and disagree with some of those points, but while we're waiting for Kirsten to type in her question.
It's effectively you, but it's not you.
Yeah, exactly.
It's effectively you.
Chris W443 has a question, and you have 2 minutes to answer this. What really grinds your gears?
Oh, so many things grind my gears.
Only have 2 minutes.
So many things grind my gears. But the thing that grinds my gears more than anything is impoliteness. And so it's basically the sensation of I am better than you, therefore I don't need to owe you any respect whatsoever. Therefore I don't need to be polite. So one of the simple things is when people go up to the shops and they go, oh, I'll have a packet of smokes, thanks. I fucking hate that, because what it does is it's assume that the person on the other end of the counter is your slave and they've already agreed to get you a packet of smokes, when in fact the actual form is, may I have a packet of smokes, please? And then they'll go, yes, I agree to get you a packet of smokes. Then they give you the packet of smokes and you go, thank you for my packet of smokes. So please and thank you is such a simple thing, but it speaks volumes as to the personalization and the humanization that you have for other people. People don't get it. People think that it doesn't matter. It does matter. It's important. I always know whether to dump a date when we go out to dinner and they're rude to the wait staff. I know that straight away they're fucked. They're gone. Yeah, that gets to me. The Liberal Party.
Oh, great little stinger at the end. That was great. Good answer. Both of them.
Oh, it's the same one. It's the same answer.
Well, yeah.
You read the Liberal Party policy and it'll say we think some people are better than other people, which is not true. And then you read the Labor Party
not
policy,
in those words,
so
but it's
think everyone's
exactly,
equal,
yeah.
which is not true.
Some people are just more equal than others, according to the Liberal Party.
Yeah.
But we haven't had any more questions. So
no more questions.
Well, no one's typed any questions. Kirsten had a question, but hasn't typed one yet. So I guess
Well, go back up through the chat. Maybe she typed it in earlier and we missed it.
Kirsten's came through. I didn't. Oh, hang on. Let me look and see. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I can see it in the comments on StreamYard. Okay, so Kirsten's question. Yeah, if you have sex with your clone, is that incest or is it masturbation? 2 minutes.
If you have sex with your clone, it's a very special, almost sacred event, because at the end of the experience, the cleanup is going to be shared, because the responsibility is not assumed to be passed off to someone else, and the cuddle time is going to be agreed upon before we even start. So you can basically say anything, negotiate anything, and you can go there. No, you know where, right there. That's it. Yep, that's the one. And so sex with yourself is not masturbation or incest so much as perfection guaranteed within a true soulmate. And we'll give you an idea of how to ask yourself questions that you never ask yourself, and explore wants that you could never ask anyone else to explore. It would be, the experimentation would be fucking awesome. Just don't get in your eyes. Just don't get in your eyes.
Yeah, it stings, and it's a vector for STIs. Oh, that's time. Interesting anecdote. In my recent D&D game, I was playing a very high-level wizard with access to magic to create a clone of myself. So, of course, I did it 3 times, and yes, we slept together, and it was amazing. Well, it's D&D, so it's all in your head, but like, why wouldn't
But
you?
isn't it always in your head? All sex is in your head anyway. See what I'm saying?
So we're gonna, yeah.
Right?
I think they had it right on
No.
Demolition Man when they had just had the helmets.
Right, with a hat.
So we have another
or
question.
Use the hat for other purposes. But all sex is in the head anyway. So there's nothing wrong with playing high level D&D, having sex with yourself in your head, and then just giving it a little bit of thanks. That was good. We'll need to dry clean that. But yes, all sex is in the head.
Okay.
Just a bit of wisdom.
So
bit of a side call.
we have a question from Grasshopper.
From the Grasshopper.
Do you? Yep. 2 minutes. Do you think that Scotty from marketing actually has a chance to win the next Australian federal election?
Yes. It upsets me. It shocks me. It disgusts me. It just blows my mind. But I know a doctor who has been complaining about the restrictions from the coronavirus that's been happening because of Dan the Man. Dan the Man Andrews has been complaining about the restrictions for stopping us get the virus. The man is a fucking doctor. Now, admittedly, he's a methadone doctor, so he talks to junkies all day. So that can't be good for your head. But he runs along the Murdoch line. He's an old guy, and he runs along the Murdoch line. And if he cannot see what's going on around him with his obvious insider knowledge as a fucking doctor, then basically everyone who's a baby boomer and above can be convinced to vote right wing, far right wing, and young people just don't vote because they don't think it bothers them. It doesn't pertain to them because all of the systems and infrastructure that's in place that's been put in by grey-faced men over years and years and years, they take for granted. And they say shit like, we want change, yeah, but they want the dole to arrive on Tuesday and want the trams to turn up on Monday. So, yeah, he has a chance of winning unless we fight real hard.
That's 2 minutes, and that is, I agree, and it's horrifying. Yike. We have a follow-up question from Nobody, if you're up for it.
Man.
Related to the clone sex question. If it's an identical clone of yourself, would it like a same sex? Would it be gay?
Probably.
It's a yes or no question, really. I'm not going to start the timer because it's gay.
But I reckon
not that there's anything wrong with that, but
you know, you could say, "Oh, I'm not the gay one this time, because I'm gay," and then next time you're not the gay one, and then you can both go, "Oh yeah, no, we weren't the gay one." You could go prison rules. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. I'm not familiar with prison rules. 2 minutes. Can you describe prison rules for me?
All right. So these guys get locked up for varying lengths of time. And they get locked up as between sort of 20 and 30-year-old men, and they're very, very strong and they're very, very powerful. And what they've learned is that if you beat fuck out of someone, you can pretty much get whatever you want. So raping people is a really good way to get sex. But you've only got same-sex partners in jail. And you don't want to be a poof because that makes you a pedophile. So what
how does that work?
It is when you stick your dick in someone's ass, that makes you the straight one, and the one taking it in the ass is the poof, because they're taking it in the ass. That's prison rules.
Okay.
And you talk to these guys and go, you did stick your dick in someone's ass, don't you? You did do that. You are across that. But if you push the point too hard, they start to hit you. And so that's prison rules, is the one doing the fucking is the straight one, and the one getting fucked is the gay one.
Wow. Okay, things you learn on a live stream.
I mean, some of these guys are away for life, so they've got to make up their own fucking
I guess.
Rules.
Yeah. Whereas in women's jails, everyone's just gay. Like you just accept it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess women don't have those kinds of hang-ups.
More and more in men's jails, there are guys that come in that say, "Yeah, I'm gay," and they're fucking enormous and very violent. People will try and take them on, and they go, "Look, you could just ask, and you probably get some." And after a while, people just ask, and they go, "Yeah, right, come on, let's go." And more and more that's happening, but it's a slow place. Races don't mix. They don't
Okay.
talk to the prison warders. The
Before we go on too much of a tangent,
it's a political.
have
It's a very
another
political place.
yeah. We have a question from Megaleech. If you
Mm.
wanted to find out what the opposite sex feels during sex, would you prefer a Freaky Friday body swap or a James Cameron's Avatar mind meldy combined experience? 2 minutes.
Right. The James Cameron mind meldy combined body experience is not actually that hard to do. What you do is you basically what's the word I'm looking for? You not concentrate your breathing. You mimic your breathing. You mirror your breathing on your partner. And so as you're breathing breath for breath, as you move and they feel something, their breath and heart rate changes. And as you're mirroring that, you start to get an idea for what's changing and how that's changing and what feels good and what doesn't feel good. And then you get a real good idea of what they're feeling, and you can dive straight into that and stay in that zone of just being what they feel like. You tend to get another route if you do that.
Okay. And how do you think that compares to a Freaky Friday body swap?
Well, I mean, it's just another, you're just getting the same sensations in your head. I mean, lots of,
Okay.
it's just the
So
same
time's up.
Yeah.
I would like to add my input on this, if that's okay.
I think you probably should.
I think like the Freaky Friday body swap requires someone else, and the assumption is you're having sex with that other person, so you're kind of having sex in their body with yourself. So and then the opposite. Whereas with the Avatar mind meldy thing, you can just you're just in another body. So I think they're very different experiences, and if it was up to me, I'd do the Avatar thing, because I have like body issues, and I wouldn't fuck me. Other people do. I don't mind, but nah, I'm not for me.
Well,
but yeah.
you
So I'd totally take someone else's body. Or grow one.
You can do the Avatar thing without having the tail. You basically just the technical term is grokking, but you basically just follow their sensations and their movement until you're completely in touch with them.
Okay.
And when their sensations and movement change, you change with those. You become fluid in there, in those sensations and movements, and
Sure.
go with. You're not. People go, oh, but what about me? I mean, it's you are already experiencing your sensations. You don't have to worry about that. You're getting what you're getting. The only thing you have to worry about is what they're getting. And so if you're concentrating on what they're getting, if you're moving with their movement and their breathing and their sensation, then you're you get to enjoy what they get to enjoy.
Okay.
And that,
But wouldn't that take you out? Like, I find if I do that too much, that like I lose track of what I'm feeling, and it's like one of the reasons why I don't like the 69 position, because you're too concentrated on them and you're just not getting a lot yourself, and it's just I can't do it. But anyway,
Well,
we have
okay.
another question. We have a question from Annette, from Nettie. If we can move on.
Yeah.
How much do you hate fucking anti-theft packaging on Christmas presents? 2
Well,
minutes.
what I tend to do is I tend to make sure that the Christmas celebration is in a house with an in-sync garbage disposal unit. And what I'll do is I'll take the present and read the card and say thank you so very much, and I'll open it up and go, oh, it's anti-theft packaging, scissors inside anti-theft packaging. So then I'll go into the garbage disposal, turn it on, until I hear a high-pitched whine, which means hit metal, and then I'll stop and I'll take the frayed areas of plastic and rip them apart, a la the King Kong, and take the gift and start using it in the way that it was intended. The plastic itself, I'll often burn to get that pretty blue dripping, because everyone loves a little bit of oil on fire, and the fumes will just quieten the kids down just something like that, running around, blowing the bottle. Sniff some of this.
I'm sure.
PVC glues are good for Christmas too. You just give them a little box of glue and you go, what's this? And you go, open it up. Okay, just open it up and go big, and then shut it again. And then put it down, and then I'll see you after lunch. And then they can explain.
So what you're saying is that it doesn't bother you that much, the anti-theft packaging, because you know how to deal with
some severe. But I usually end up getting a pair of shears or a pair of scissors or something ready. Because they always turn up in that stuff, and rather than fuck ass around trying to get it open, you just tear off the seals. I usually get something sharp and sheer like ready to go, because you don't want to slow Christmas down if you're having an ordered Christmas. We've had
fair enough. We got to move on to another question.
Let's move on.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Let's move on. And this is going to challenge anyone to answer in 2 minutes, I think. Again, from Chris W443. What do you think will change post-COVID? 2 minutes.
So the first thing that's going to change is work. Bosses all around the world are starting to realize I don't have to spend millions of dollars on rent on this big fucking building in the city to get my staff in. I just have to get a smaller building, and they have to come in once a week, department to department, to discuss things face to face. So that's going to change. The other thing that's going to change is the gap between rich and poor is going to get more and more marked. Poor people have to do jobs like clean offices. Rich people have to do things like sit in front of computers and make up creative solutions to financial difficulties. There's going to be the middle class are going to be the ones with cars. The management class are going to be the ones with the computers. The poor class are going to be the ones with the strange accents and the mobile phones. The other thing that's going to happen is that we're going to realize that in Australia we have obligations, not rights. Murdoch might have his hold crushed because Australians are starting, yes, to be pissed off with the restrictions, but they're also starting to go, I'm not dead. And around the world, people are dead. And it was the restrictions that saved us. And Australians are going to start waking up to the fact that, Murdoch's not the be-all and end-all of fucking comment.
Okay, well, that amazing answer. I think you're dead on about the workplace changes, and I hope you're right about people waking up to Murdoch, because he has to go. Our next question is from Safa. Would AZ run for a federal MP office?
Yeah, I would, but it'd be a different campaign. It'd have to be centered around the fact that I've had a job. It'd also have to be centered around the fact that I swear a lot. It'd have to be centered around the fact that I take drugs and am a pansexual, and that none of that matters to you. What matters to you is I put an extra $120 in your wallet a week. That's what matters to you. And that all of this other shit that you're going to read in the paper doesn't matter. What I'm wearing, who I'm fucking, and what I'm smoking or snorting doesn't matter. I would advocate for the legalization of drugs and the firing of the religious rehab institutions, because they get millions of dollars every year and have done for 50 years, and nothing's changed. So we've got to ask ourselves questions in this country about what are the actual problems. Why are people choosing to be bombed out of their minds rather than participate in society? Why is that? And, the religious just go, oh, come back to God, do your 12 steps. Fuck the 12 steps. How about the step of, why haven't I got a shot at a meaningful life? The only work choices I've got are shit because my education was shit, because you chose that at a time when there were factories. So it'd be a rough ride, but we'd all enjoy it.
Okay. Do you think, a follow-up question from me, do you think you would stand as an independent, or would you try to get on the ticket of one of the, not the major parties that probably wouldn't have you on that platform, to be honest?
Labor would have absolutely.
I could see maybe like one of the socialist parties might be interested.
Labor would have me as Prime Minister, because basically I'd rock up there and tell them, all of you are staffers, none of you have had a job, you are so out of touch with the public that no one likes you anymore. Your unions
I don't think they want to hear
that. Superannuation, so they don't give a fuck about worker rights anymore. You're not the party of the working man, and fucking the Liberal Party is cutting your lunch on that, because they take desperate small businesses and fuck them and give and concentrate all the money into a few hands. Basically, they're running their country as a company, not a service. You've got to remember to run the country as a service. So stop fuck-assing around. Put me as Prime Minister and I'll run the country as a service, and I'll start taxing people who need to get fucking taxed, like mining companies, like farmers, like fucking anything that comes through our ports gets fucking transit taxed, and all of our primary products need to be on the
Okay.
label of the thing that they end up in all over the world. And also, finally, we will be spending
Last point.
7% of our budget on science.
I like that a lot. We need that.
Because that's how we're
as a
gonna hit.
scientist myself, so we
No,
have a
spending 7%
question.
of our budget on science, and we'll be going back into hard science. We'll be going back into
Yeah.
physics. We'll be going back into
Yeah,
fucking
blue sky research. Fun. Yeah.
fucking basic research. We'll be doing it properly. We have lost so much money on inventions that were ready to go
Yeah.
that weren't
Oh,
funded.
we've lost so many people
trillions
to
of dollars.
overseas.
We
We've lost
invented
people.
International Landing System, the ILS. We invented it. They wanted $10 million to mature it. The government said no. We bought it back from the Americans 3 years later for $4 billion. This is the Wi-Fi was our last success. Fucking they're starting to put money into Australian fucking medicine because fuck me, 3 patents have fucking come through as money winners. Like Australian doctors can fucking invent vaccines. What the fuck?
I would
it's like
love to talk about
inventing
this,
something.
but we have to stick to the format of the intermission while Angry is making his cocktail video. So
Just one last thing. Just one last thing.
Okay, one last point.
30% of the technology in drones in the world is from Australia, right? We're not getting that money. We're only getting license money, and we got fucked on that deal, but we're still getting a lot of money from it. We could be making a fortune making our own drones better than everyone else's, because the American drones are good, but they're only just good enough, whereas our drones are much, much, much better. And they have
I might ask you about that at another time.
Yeah.
But we do have a question from Mega Leech. For 2 minutes, let's see if you can do this. Do you prefer the smell of burning hair or burning tires?
The smell of burning hair usually tells me that I've had a fairly serious head injury. So the smell of burning hair usually scares me. The smell of burning tires usually reminds me that I'm in an industrial area, and so that there is some capacity around me for health and safety. But the smell of burning hair usually tells me I'm having a mini stroke or a seizure, or I've hit my head really fucking hard. So yeah, I'd have to say the smell of burning tires. 1 minute to go.
I have no idea what the smell of burning tires is, but I am familiar with the smell of burning hair because I have a teenage son who does weird shit sometimes, and he decided to. He asked me, and I filmed it. He asked me to film it. He slathered his hands with hand sanitizer and then lit his hands on fire because he's a teenage boy. And yeah, like it was fun. Like it's ethanol; it doesn't burn that hot, and he just like squished it out. But he did it to troll his QAnon anti-vax mother, who like not me, but his other parent. He has 2 mums, because she doesn't let any of her kids use hand sanitizer because it's flammable. Oh.
Hello.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, you all behave.
Hey, Angry's back.
I'm back.
Yeah.
And Charlie's joining.
Charlie.
I'm trying to see that my thing on my phone is being
Hey,
weird.
Charlie. How you going?
Hi, give me a sec.
So-
My phone is being slow.
No
Oh, there's
problem.
something weird happening with your phone.
Have we, are we up for one last 2-minute question for AZ, or do you want to?
Absolutely.
Take
No,
away
go
Angry.
for it. Yes, go for it.
Okay, cool. So, AZ, what is the craziest thing that has ever happened to you?
Oh, God.
The craziest thing
Yeah.
that's ever happened to me.
2 minutes only.
Uh,
I'm going to be
was
strict
I
on
woke
this.
up in the desert in South Australia, near Coober Pedy, with fucking mine shafts all around me, not knowing where I was or how I got there. And I had
Wow.
underpants on and a shirt from the night before and no shoes. And I weren't, if I start walking around here, I am going to get lost and die. Somebody who dropped me off is either trying to kill me or dropped me off here deliberately, or I walked out here deliberately. And then I basically put a stick in the ground and decided to orient myself. And as I was doing this, a very friendly black fellow came up and said, "You have no idea where you are." And I went, "No." And he went, "Right, better come with me then." I'm going, "Okay." And I'm thinking I could be killed or I could be helped. Either way, I'm better off. So I went with him and met his family and community, and my tour bus came back and got me. And they went, "Where the fuck were you?" And I said, "Oh, I don't know." And they said, "We knew that last pill wasn't the go, man." I said, "What last pill?" And they went,
Oh, no.
"Shit. You hit it really hard last night." And I said, "How hard?" And they said, "You know how you saved up that $3,000? And I went, "Oh, sort of accidentally." And they said, "You spent 4."
Oof.
Okay. So, yeah.
That's 2
apparently-
minutes.
That's
Everyone's
it.
happy.
Wow. Visiting
That
the
is a
desert.
great.
All right, I'm
that
going
is
to check
fucked
if
up.
Charlie's phone's working now. Are we still
Yep.
getting that weird noise from you, Charlie? Yes, we are. That's no,
Weird
no. Sorry, that's
Yeah.
that's not workable. Sorry, I don't know what's going on there. Hey, Shanahan, going.
Yeah.
Look, okay, and now what the heck? In case anyone's missed it, I'll put the link in. And okay, Shannon wants to join. He's on Facebook, so I have to manually go into Facebook because it won't talk to StreamYard for some fucking reason. No, what? That's not what's meant to happen. Get your shit together, Angry. Right.
I'm gonna stick with this frame. I like my animated frame here. This
Yeah,
is the power of OBS,
Yeah.
Andrew.
I know.
Just putting it out there.
I know it's powerful. It's just it required some brain power to work, and I didn't have any to spare. Okay, I think Charlie's trying again. Just go. Is it working on your end yet, Charlie? No, it's still doing it, Charlie. No. Sorry.
That is one hell of an echo.
Um,
Okay, well, I guess my job as intermission host is done.
I don't mind if there were more questions. Yeah, if there were more.
There is one more question. There is one more question.
Hi,
I'll
hi, Emma.
happy to do it.
reactivate
You
the
guys have
timer.
Hi, Edsy. Hi,
So-
Abigail. Hi, Charlie. Hi, Angry.
Hi, Grasshopper. How's it going?
Good. Sorry to interrupt.
So, in 2 minutes or less, in all of history, who is the baddest bad guy?
Is this open to everybody?
No, this is AIDSy for two
This is
minutes.
just
Then I think we
AIDSy.
can all answer.
In all of history, who was the baddest bad guy?
To the thinker.
Saint Paul.
Okay. Justify
Saint
that.
Paul basically took
Mm.
a local political organisation, perverted everything about it and turned it into a religion, and we are suffering the consequences today. We have
Yeah.
2, 3 large groups of people, of humanity, with delusions of grandeur because of what St. Paul said on his epiphany to Damascus, which no one saw and no one was around for. He'd basically been sent to break up a political group, realized that he was far too late, and then he fucking turned it into a religion, changed the rules of the religion, basically went from being an equalitist form of Judaism into a misogynist patriarchal form of dogmatic rule taking, and as a result has made it possible for most of the evil that we've seen since. Most of the evil we've seen since come about because of his fucking meddling.
And that is time. Wow, 2 minutes.
Well,
Go easy. I'm going to take this opportunity to grab a drink.
Yeah.
So if someone would like to take over for a bit, I'm happy to.
Lee's going to
around
join.
to
Oh,
start
or is
the
he?
time.
No, he disappeared.
I'll.
Grasshopper, sounded like you wanted to have a take on who's the baddest bad guy.
I've got 2 actually.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to start the timer for you. So 2
All right, Abby.
minutes.
Thanks, Abigail.
Go.
Okay. So on a really simplistic and annoying level, the executive or executives that decided that Firefly didn't need a second season, they're bloody evil. But more than that, like on a real level, Rupert Murdoch, he took what is supposed to be a institution to give society as a whole better information to make their life decisions around, whether it be politically speaking, personally speaking, or anything like that, and has completely perverted that entire institution to serve his and rich old white people's fucking agendas, and that's it. There's to go back to Firefly for a second, there's a really good line where the preacher turns around to the captain and says, if you take sexual advantage of that young woman, you're going to burn in a very special level of hell, a level that is reserved for child molesters and people who talk at the theatre. I think that Murdoch burns when like, if there is a hell, which I don't think there is, but if there is a hell, when Murdoch dies, the level of hell that he goes to should be completely reserved for that one fucking asshat, and all of the tortures that he is supposed to undertake in that level of hell should be done by LGBT and coloured people.
Yep. Excellent. And that's inside the 2 minutes. Now, first, I'm going to try once more and see if your sound's working, Charlie. How are we going? No, we're still getting that really tinny coming from the speaker.
Is it echo? Is it?
It's
Yeah,
echo is hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we talk,
Wait.
we talk, Charlie, we hear ourselves coming through your microphone.
And Lee is
Hey,
joining.
Lee.
Hi, Lee.
I'm going to
Hey,
do
Lee.
my take on the
my take on the
Okay, who the fuck is that?
Charlie.
Oh, it's Charlie again. I thought.
okay,
That's better.
No, it's not. Wait.
Yep, that's working.
Okay, I'm trying to work out what's actually happening there. As I think Charlie and I are intermittently clicking the mute button and cancelling each other out. So I think Charlie's voluntarily muted at her end at the moment. So because it just wasn't working. But yes, I'm gonna my thing of who's the baddest bad guy. I start with a teeny bit of equivocation and say this is always. Are you going to bring 2 minutes up?
Yep.
Okay.
Give you the
Do that.
2 minute timer. Go.
Okay, so I'll start with a little bit of equivocation and say that is always a question of perspective. It's like the old saying about the difference between a terrorist and a freedom fighter is what side you're on. For instance, a lot of people will leap straight to Hitler. Hitler was the baddest bad guy. Why was Hitler so popular in India, for instance? Okay, Hitler's apparently a white supremacist, so why do a bunch of brown people love him? Because he was fighting Churchill. What did the Indian people think of Churchill? Well, he was directly responsible for tens of millions of deaths and incredible hardship for hundreds of millions of more. Okay, Churchill was a fucking monster. And, you know, you can get into a shit fight in England for saying that. But Churchill, no equivocation, was an absolute fucking monster, was personally, directly responsible for tens of millions of deaths that he did not regret for a second. He was so racist, he regarded Indian people as less than human, and they deserved it. So he's a great hero in England. Hitler's a big boogeyman in England. In India, Churchill's the boogeyman, and Hitler's like, well, he was fighting Churchill, so fuck, you know. And you could trace that anywhere through history. Genghis Khan, who, I don't know, we don't know how many millions of people he was responsible for killing, but he liberated other people along the way as well. It is always a matter of perspective. I mean, basically, I think all humans are shit until proven otherwise. So,
Except for me.
Except for AZ. AZ is super special, and that's my 2 minutes.
It reminds me of that meme that was on Facebook. It's all a matter of perspective. That like the Titanic crashing into the iceberg was absolutely a miracle for the lobsters.
Yeah, the live lobsters in the kitchen.
So I've got another question here, and I'm wondering who wants. Do you want a chance to answer this one, Grasshopper?
I would love to.
Sure. Okay. So the question is, how do you feel about painkillers being overprescribed to patients?
Oh, I have all of the opinions. Okay, so
So AT's like, no, come on.
But okay, you first, Grasshopper.
okay,
Yeah.
so where painkillers are concerned, there are people out there with a legitimate need for various types of painkillers, whether it be for nerve pain, muscle pain, or chronic pain from various medical conditions and stuff like that. I think that these things need to be very well monitored, especially by their doctors and their pain specialists. I think that where somebody goes to the doctor and they're like, oh, my tooth is a bit sore. And the doctor immediately turns around to him and goes, here's some codeine. Rather than do that, the doctor, we should be in a, what the heck? Okay. Just came out of
Don't
nowhere.
let the duck distract you.
Easier said than done. Easier said than done.
So, you know, the doctor should turn around and go, okay, so your tooth hurts, all right. We should live in a society where getting out to see the dentist straight away should be a free and accessible and easy thing to do for the dentist to turn around and go, rightio, so you've got this happening with your tooth. That's what's causing that pain. So here's the treatment that I need to do in order to get rid of that pain so that the person doesn't need to go through days, weeks, months worth of hardcore painkillers just so that way they can go to sleep at night. I think that the overprescription of pain medication is much less pronounced in Australia than it is in countries such as America, especially America with the opioid crisis over there and whatnot. And I think that any doctor who is found guilty of doing that by an independent board of specialists should have their medical license revoked. And that's my 2 minutes.
All right. I definitely want AZ to do this one. But before he does,
Yes.
I'm going to have brief cocktail talk. The half hour that I was away, I made Halloween cocktails. This one, which is very red, which I actually made on another live stream, it's called a coin toss, but because it's very red, I think that makes it a Halloween drink. Call it like Dracula's blood for Halloween. And the red is, it's got sweet red vermouth is what makes it really red.
Okay.
It's also got rum and little bits of Benedictine, and it recommends yellow chartreuse, but I used my Okar Gold as a substitute. So this is there's nothing that's not booze in this. So this is very boozy and a bit herbal and is fucking great. And then in the Halloween theme, I went for a Corpse Reviver, which is
that was tasty.
Yeah, it's gin and a vermouth. I used one called Coqui Americano and something else. I don't know, I forget. But that's the Corpse Reviver number 2. It's like, this has lemon juice in it. So it's got that really zesty sort of lemon thing, which is hiding how much, because I used some overproof Navy strength gin in this. So this one's pretty dangerous too. And finally, I thought if you revive a corpse, what do you end up with? A zombie. Which, for those unfamiliar with it, is one of the more famous tiki drinks. And the short version of the recipe is all the rums and all the fruit juices. So this has got 3 different sorts of rum, including an overproof rum and a rum derivative, and 3 or 4 sorts of juice in it. So it's very tropical, but it's got 4 shots of rum in it, including overproof rum. So even with all the fruit juice, really tastes like rum. So
is it just me, or was it a little bit worrying when we were watching Aidsy put lotion on his hands?
It puts the lotion on its skin, or else it gets the hose again. And nobody's congratulating your handling of the 2 minutes, Abigail. You've done well. Finn and Sealer, that's, oh my God. I called it Dracula's blood when I made it, but Virgin's blood's a great name. Because I have to admit, because this has got herbal liqueurs made by monks in it. I saw Gary Oldman in Bram Stoker's Dracula drinking this. I think this is his vibe. This would be the alcohol that Gary Oldman as Dracula would drink, and his little talk about in the Carpathian Mountains, you come to my house.
I would like to pose a question to Abigail, if I may.
Oh, okay, sure. But before you do that, I need to answer Safa's question. I'm doing some post-processing on my camera feed to put a duck on my screen, so I can't do it on anyone else.
No, all the effects Abigail is doing can only happen on her screen. Now, I usually fill up the screen with the close-ups, and if anyone's looking at us on the phone, we will look absolutely fucking tiny. But I actually love having the rainbow flag background as well.
Yeah,
so
it is.
I'm keeping it like just anyone who's looking at us on a phone, we will be absolutely fucking tiny.
Tiny,
so,
yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So what's your question?
Okay.
Yep.
What is the one lesson that you wish that you could have taught to your younger self?
Oh, okay. 2 minutes. The one lesson would have to be yourself. Be brave enough to be yourself, because I lived, and this is it's a very personal question. And by personal, I mean it's about myself. I lived in fear all my childhood, and a lot of that fear was fear of being myself. So I got bullied for being so nerdy. I lived with gender dysphoria, and yeah, that one thing that I would tell my younger self: definitely have the courage to be yourself, because you will be so much happier. Probably not in high school, because I got sent to a really rough school, and the high school was a write-off. I almost failed, but hang in there, and when you get the chance, have the courage to just be yourself and be true to yourself, because no one else is going to do a good job of it, so you might as well do it yourself.
Nice.
Thank you.
And much less than 2 minutes. That's excellent.
Be yourself. Everyone else is taken.
Yeah.
I like that one.
And everyone
Be
else
yourself.
sucks.
But be yourself. Always be yourself. Unless you can be Batman. In that case, be Batman.
Yeah.
Then be Batman. Yeah.
The attitude that I think is actually good, and I'd love to be told this as a kid is it gets better. Again, that's not absolutely universally true. Charlie, are you going to try? Is yours working yet? You're going to try unmuting yourself? No. You try talking, Charlie.
Okay. I was just gonna say, like, it's such a cliche, but it gets better.
It's mostly true.
Yeah,
we can't have conversations with Charlie.
but like,
Charlie can monologue, but we can't have conversations.
But I mean, if I'm talking about like talking to my younger self, then like, yeah, it gets better. And be nicer to your grandmother. She's the coolest chick in the world. And you're gonna fucking miss her. That's all I can think of for now.
I agree with the treating your grandmother better. I miss my paternal grandmother so very much. She was absolutely awesome. So you were saying to your younger self there, Angry, that it gets better.
Yeah.
What type of personal lesson would you like to try and teach your younger self, do you think?
Probably a combination of what Abigail said, as in be yourself and it gets better. And again, me being myself in high school, which I largely was, which made me a fucking outcast. And, but it ruined my confidence as well because I was such an outcast. But then when I went to college, and I started doing this theatre thing. And the other people in the course, it tend to have a lot of mature age students in it. And they tended to be people who were well-traveled. They were already educated. They were already performers. And they liked me. And they were good to me. And after about a year or so of these people being good to me, I thought maybe that previous 20 years of everyone being shit to me could possibly have been as much a reflection on them as it was on me. Because these people are way, way cooler than anyone I grew up with, and they like me. And so maybe it wasn't all me. I spent my whole childhood and teenage years thinking like, yeah, okay, so I'm a fucking loser, whatever. But then when actual cool people were nice to me, I thought, oh, Jesus, maybe I'm not a total fuck up. Maybe the other people bore some responsibility for us not being able to get on. Maybe it wasn't all me. With a big asterisk, there were various things about me in school where I was a complete shithead. So I don't shy away from that. Never forget, I dressed up as Hitler. I dressed up as Hitler for my final muck-up day, okay?
Wow.
Okay,
so AZ, same question to you.
I'm going
to start the timer.
You got to set the timer?
Yep.
I would drag myself aside and said, okay, big guy, it's like this. What you've got to do before you start something is envisage how it's supposed to look like when it's finished. Once you've done that, you can chunk it up into bits and get it done. So have an idea of what it's going to look like when it's finished. Don't just go along and mumble through it and get it done as you go. You'll be taught how to improvise later on in your life. Don't worry about that. Just get a thing, imagine how it's going to look like when it's finished, and work toward that. And no matter the criticism you get, no matter the repeated tellings that you're going to fail, you're actually going to get it done. It's actually going to work. And you're actually going to display the kind of technical genius that you have within you, as do we all. So yes, have an idea of what it's supposed to look like before you start. Finish it before you start, and then do it, instead of trying to kludge pieces on bits that you've already started. That's that then.
Excellent. Lee, do you want 2 minutes?
Cool.
Do you want to
I
talk to
wouldn't
your
mind.
younger self?
I wouldn't mind
Okay.
at all.
Abigail's going to reset,
Okay.
and you get 2 minutes to talk to your younger self.
Okay.
There you go,
Well,
Lee.
All yours.
Well, first of all, I would say get over the bullies and developing an ego is not the way of dealing with bullies. And the thing is, I developed an ego because of the bullies. And then I ended up saying to myself, it's all a joke, just a ride, save it for another guy. If you kick yourself in the head again, pretty sure you would be dead. So get yourself another job, don't become another slob. Why don't you get a life? So I would tell myself to get a life.
Define get a life.
Like I would actually not let, when I was in the CFA juniors program, I was second lieutenant, and I let the ego get to my head a little bit too much. And then they were like, there is no way in hell we're putting you into seniors to become an actual firefighter because you've got an ego problem.
Right. Well, I mean, that's a lesson that you learnt in your adulthood. So, teaching that to your younger self, you believe that your life would be in a vastly different place or a smaller different place if you had that lesson.
I'd be in a different place, but I probably don't really think I would have wanted to be a firefighter in the end.
Okay, fair
Also,
enough.
I think that the phrase "get a life" has different meaning for everyone.
Yep. Really mundane shit, I would go to my young self and say, fucking travel, you idiot. Because that's my one big regret that I didn't travel when I was young. It's like, dude, just do whatever to get a couple $1,000 and then say, fuck it, and skip the
Get on the
country
plane.
and get on the
fucking
plane and do whatever. That's my one big regret. I really enjoyed my youth. Like, I was in Sydney for most of my 20s, which fucking rocked, honestly. I was in fucking shared houses. We were all decadent, depraved animals, went to raves, did all wild shit. It was great. But my only regret was not traveling. So that's a really mundane thing I'd tell my younger self. Get on a fucking plane, man. Do it. So,
Yeah,
May
to
I-
think.
My only regret my biggest I have regrets. We all do, but I think my biggest regret is not being able to apologize to people I've wronged in the past.
it's real hard
and
to
who I've lost contact with.
Mm.
And it's just it's like I've wronged some people. We all make mistakes.
Oh, yeah.
I'll never see them again, and they
Yeah.
probably wouldn't recognize me if
Yeah.
they saw me anyway.
Yeah.
And
Man.
I just I'm gonna take that to my grave and have that
Yeah.
regret forever.
Oh, yeah.
So,
If I think of the worst things I did to other people, it's like, oh, God damn.
yeah, yeah.
May I have
Like,
may I have
I've
2
fucked
minutes to
up
talk
in
to my
line
younger
for a minute.
self?
Oh,
Just a second.
Grasshopper wants
Oh, yeah.
2 minutes on the clock.
Sorry,
You
go
can
ahead.
after Grass. I leave.
Okay,
leave
guys.
it.
Next year I
Oh.
turn 30.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
I turn 30 next year. I'm like, oh my goodness, the big 30.
It's great. My 30s were the best years of my life.
It
Also, I
keeps,
had chronic
it keeps
depression,
getting better.
but
Like I
it
wouldn't.
just gets better.
Yeah. I like there were great things about my 20s, there were great things about 30s. I'm in my 50s now. I'm still really happy. Just you live in the moment and keep going. So
Yeah.
okay, but I think Grasshopper wants 2 minutes.
If I may.
Okay, I'm gonna start the clock. Go.
Okay. So the first thing that I would try and teach my younger self is never take this shit up in the first place. Second to that, it would be to like when I was younger, I was a vastly different person to who I am now. And it took some rather significant events to change my perspective on the world and the people that lived in it. So I would like to teach myself or basically turn around to my younger self and tell him to stop being such a fucking violent idiot on so many occasions when it just wasn't necessary. Remind him that high school finishes, and when it finishes, while bullying does still continue, it's nowhere near as bad, and it does get better. And third to that, looking at what you just said then, Abigail, is very much what I was going to say as well, was there's going to be these people that you meet and you're going to do X, Y, and Z, and it is going to severely hurt their person or their life. And you will carry that regret with you for the rest of your days. And you really don't want to have to deal with that. I'm very quick to apologize now if I offend, but when I was younger, if I offended, my response was, well, fuck you, I don't care. And I really needed to get that mindset out of me well and truly before I did.
Yeah. We're also throwing in like the platitudes that are actually true. Like I said, it gets better is one that is actually true to me. But one of my favorites is this too shall pass. Which is lost in the histories of time. It probably comes from Persian poets or olden times Jewish philosophers. But it's worth it because it is universally true. If you are having a hard time, it will pass. Sometimes it passes with your death, but nothing's permanent. And the rumor has it in Rome when Julius Caesar was coming into a glorious reception after fucking conquering another part of the continent, he paid to have a slave behind him on the chariot whispering in his ear, this too shall pass. And it was basically saying everyone loves you, everyone's cheering for you, but it's fleeting, it will be gone. AT wants to say something.
They also had the slave with a goat's bladder full of urine stick, and they would hit the emperor on the head every couple of minutes and go, this too shall pass, and then hit him on the head again, this too shall pass.
Okay.
And to remind the emperor that they're cheering now, motherfucker, but you're 3 campaigns away from fighting the bear, buddy.
But it's really useful because if you're having a shit time, everything's fleeting. The bad things will pass. But if you're having a good time, enjoy it, because even good times don't last forever. And be aware shit's gonna slide by. And I'm gonna still be on fucking YouTube when I'm 80 going, kids. You think they think I'm old now. Wait for another 10 years.
Back in the old days, before there was electricity, and we had to walk on women to get anywhere. Basically, we had to hit blacks to make our breakfast, and it was time-consuming, and it made your shoulder sore. You don't know how lucky you've got it. You don't know how lucky you've got it.
I could just imagine 70-year-old. Sorry, go ahead, Abigail.
I just want to say good night to nobody who's turning in. He's been really active in the chat there.
Good night, nobody.
I particularly like your comment, dude. You used to find it hard to apologize. That is that is a really good observation that I think everyone has trouble with at some point in their life, being able to admit fault and apologize honestly. Not like, well, I'm sorry you feel like that, but literally I absolutely fucked up and I feel terrible.
You mean don't do a liberal?
I'm lucky. I learnt how to apologize very early and learnt how to recognize when I'm at fault. I think I learnt that in my first job because I thought I was eating a bit. I'd been writing software since I was single digits, and back then that was a big deal.
Sorry, I'm just being Homer Simpson, sticking my head out the window. No.
And learning how to accept responsibility, I learned really early. But a lot of the regret I have, for wronging other people, was just me learning social cues because I didn't know them, I didn't understand them. I mean, I'm sure, I fucked up because I was young, but also because I didn't understand what was going on, and social cues were always very difficult for me. So
I think a lot of
I wish
people
I
have
could go back and apologize for all of that.
I think a lot of people have that thing, especially those with any form of social anxiety, where they apologize for absolutely everything, regardless if they're
Or
at
if they're
fault.
Canadian.
Or if
Yes,
they're
Lee, if they're Canadian.
Sorry.
You're Canadian?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
sorry,
had
I'm
to-
Canadian. Yeah. Um,
I've had to teach myself how to stop apologizing.
I'm not
for
Canadian, but
absolutely
I know.
everything.
I
I'm sorry, I'm alive.
when people are so
Sorry,
used to
I took
apologizing
up
for absolutely everything all of the time, when they have to make a real apology about something, it has a tendency to come across as disingenuous then, because it just sounds so rehearsed, and it makes it more
Yeah.
difficult for these people to be able to turn around and go, yeah, no, I understand that I truly did fuck up and I need to stop that and I'm very sorry.
Yeah.
So that would
One
be
of the
another
things I learned that I'd love to pass on to other people, and I try to be a role model for this because it was so influential in my life, was how to sit with being wrong, how to be comfortable with being wrong.
Yeah.
Because you learn. That's how you learn. If you're I'm so grateful when I'm wrong because I've learned something new about the world, and that's how I approach things now. And that's something being trained as a scientist and doing research, I've had to
what I
really
was going to
focus
say.
on. But
Yeah, that's one of the things that I'm so very thankful for.
it's okay to be wrong.
One of the things
one of my uni lecturers that he taught us very early on that I'm very, very grateful that I learned was being wrong is actually a good thing.
It's great.
9 times out of 10. Yeah, you turn around and say, I believe X, Y, Z, and somebody with evidence turns around and goes, you're wrong. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
You've just
I
learned
think-
something.
yeah.
That's a good thing.
Yeah,
One-
you're
I
not a
remember
narcissist.
I remember a story where there was this professor who for 10 years he had this theory he was working on. I forget what field, it doesn't really matter, and he was just so convinced it was it, and one upstart came along with conflicting evidence and it was irrefutable, and this old lecturer just came up to him and just the young kid thought he was just going to get punched or something, but the professor just said, thank you so much, I have now learnt something new about the world and the universe. Even though 10 years of my life has just been wasted, but thank you. And that was mind-blowing to me.
That's like the troglodytes
Well,
who, for instance, are global warming deniers. And they go, oh, it's a cabal of scientists. Blah, 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 blah. Go, you would be the single most famous scientist in the world if you could produce compelling evidence that climate change wasn't going to happen. And all the climate scientists who had surmised that we were all fucked, if you gave them compelling evidence we weren't, they would thank you. They would go, oh my God, you are the best person ever because I can't sleep because of what my research tells me. AZ is itching to say something.
Yes.
AZ.
I was actually just trying to make my hand go, but I am itching to say something.
You're a fucking alien. Sorry.
One
Go.
of the things that helped me a lot many years ago was that I was constantly being told that I was wrong all the time, even when I was right. And what I learned to do was to go, I don't have to be right. All I have to do is look at the environment around me and change my evidence based approach to my statements based on what evidence is around. Because I lived with a couple of fairly intense gaslighters, and I would then go, all right, that's your gaslighting. You've completely changed what you said you were going to do. You've completely changed what you said was going to be, and you've lied your ass out. What I need to do now is simply go, the sky is red because it's sunset. The sky is blue because it's midday. The sky is black because it's midnight. I don't have to be wrong. I just have to be ready to go with the facts that are in front of me. And that doesn't make me wrong. It just makes me aware that I am not the arbiter of reality. I am the interpreter of the reality that is around me. So as long as I'm only interpreting the reality, as long as I am aware of that, I don't need to value judge me being right or wrong. That's very useful when you're going to get things that hurt you personally. You don't have to be in a value judgment of right or wrong. You know, I will get people coming up to me and say that I'm a manky fag.
Yes. Me, for
is,
instance. But, you know.
That's real. I am a manky fag.
What are friends for?
Yeah, I get a phone call and go, oh my God, I thought I had a blocker on my phone. Don't accept fucking calls from manky fags, but AIDS got through. So, you know.
Well, you know, there's ways and means. Thanks, Abigail, for those tips. Basically, yeah, you know, we value judge wrong and right all the time.
Yes.
And because I used to get beat up and bullied all the time, I was being put in a position where people were trying to be putting me in the wrong. And there was no wrong or right in the position that I was holding because it was a thing. Usually it had happened. Usually it was a past tense thing and there was no changing it. And as a result, you know, the value judging of it after the fact. I'm very, very sensitive to post facto criticism because I used to get a lot of that. And so nowadays, I don't get so upset at post facto criticism because it's bullshit. And there is so much bullshit in wrong and right that I have trouble sustaining arguments in an aggressive manner now because I don't care. A climate denier or an anti-vaxxer is talking to me outside a public hospital. I laugh when terrorists use American technology to put their demands out to the media that relies on American technology and satellites to get their message across.
Like
that
creationists
they would take
using
down.
the internet.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go soon.
Okay,
That's
Lee.
fair. We completely understand. Annette says she's going to join us. She's going to make some Okar Gold daisies and join us. I insist on knowing what an Okar Gold daisy is.
I'm very curious myself. That sounds interesting.
I've led Annette down so many rabbit holes with buy this booze now, buy this booze. I think Annette and I are a very bad influence on each other, basically.
No, see, I was one of those idiots that used to be a full-on climate change denier. The first time that somebody said the term rape culture to me, I was just like, oh, you know, get fucked with that bullshit, you know.
Yeah.
And even though I was a trained scientist, I was more interested in being edgy than I was with being right.
Yeah.
And I knew that saying that climate change was BS was more edgy than agreeing with the masses and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And I think back on that, I just cringe about the person
Before
that I
I
used to
go,
Yeah, Lee.
the future still looks good. You got time to rectify all that you should. So peace out.
Peace out, Lee.
Peace
Good
out.
advice.
Live on the prosperity.
Yeah. Yeah, Grasshopper, I feel you
trust me.
with that edgy stuff. That is such a white dude thing. And
Mhm.
being a cishet white dude, that is such a cishet white dude thing. Like,
And yet I was
that's why I dressed up as Hitler on my final day of school. Because it's like upsetting people is funny. You know, you don't think beyond that. Like, I'm upsetting someone. Oh yeah, sorry,
Yeah,
Kirsten.
I've known so
Kirsten.
many cishet dudes exactly
Yeah.
like that.
So Kirsten is just fessing up that she got me on the Aussie booze path, which is 1000% true. And so it's
Wow.
actually a combination of Kirsten and myself who've got Annette down the same path. But Kirsten is definitely my North Star for buy this Aussie booze. You know, now buy this Aussie booze. And that is a true thing. Sorry, it was just a random on YouTube. Wrestle with Deep Thought. You've been twerking for 10 hours, dude. I just say that dude androgynously. Your butt must be in such good shape right now. Is all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
When people say dude gender neutrally, I cringe so hard.
Yeah, I had a
It's
Facebook
home.
friend. I had a Facebook friend who's Californian who said, "Dude's gender neutral," and I said, "Cool, but any cishet male who says dude's gender neutral, I just go, cool. So do you fuck dudes then?" And it's like, if you do,
Yeah.
if you are fucking a woman and going, dude, this is good, dude, then in that case, it's truly gender neutral. But unless you say dude to the person you're fucking, it's not gender neutral. It's just not.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, I just want to add in, Wrestle with Deep Thought is big with the non sequiturs, which I personally love. After the twerking has thrown in, I wore MC Hammer parachute pants to my son's bar mitzvah. Keep them coming, dude. Keep them coming. I love Dadaist non sequiturs. I'm here for it.
Yeah. I've got a bail.
All right, matey.
Okay.
Much love to you all.
Much love to you, Aidsy.
Thank you, buddy.
I
Good
like
night.
doing that 2 minutes questions thing.
We should do
Yeah, it
that.
was
We
great.
should do that more often.
Would
Yeah.
love to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
I'm happy
That was
to
good.
be the moderator for that again because
Yeah, no, the moderator. We definitely want the moderator. Yeah.
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 So long as some questions get asked to the moderator, because she's usually got some pretty cool answers.
Yes.
Okay, I'd be up
Yes.
for that.
And it's
See ya, Aidsy.
Charlie would love to have had more respect to you. We'll work out the Echo. We'll work it out.
We'll get it figured.
No,
Yes. Charlie, if you ever want to jump in, Charlie, you can jump in, but we just can't have conversations with you because weird shithouse echoes happen in that case.
Yep. All right. She's going to say something, so everybody shut up. Go for it, Charlie.
I can try the headphones again, but it seems every time I put them on, like, you guys can hear me, but I can't hear
Are they
you.
wireless or are they wired?
And that's
Are they wireless or are they wired?
They're
yeah,
Bluetooth.
Bluetooth.
It might check the
Yeah.
volume settings on your Bluetooth.
Yeah, so you see what you're doing, Grasshopper? You're having a conversation. That doesn't work.
Yeah.
Doing
Hit
Grasshopper.
mute
Oh,
there
yeah,
for me,
true.
Charlie.
I can't deal with that.
Okay, so Charlie, check the Bluetooth volume on your headphones because there's usually a separate setting inside of the phone for volume on Bluetooth, and it
Yeah.
might be turned all the way down, so that's why you can't hear us.
Yeah. And also, Wrestle with Deep Thought used to call his wife dude all the time, and that relationship didn't last long. Don't know why. So,
I have a theory.
You
You
had,
know, if my wife were to get out of bed and I'm like, dude, she'd be like, the fucky what?
Love yous all. See ya.
See you,
Love you,
AZ.
AZ.
Bye, buddy.
CAT.
So as soon, this is showing my age. As soon as you say, I have a theory, I think of the old Monty Python sketch. I have a theory about dinosaurs. And it goes on for like 5 minutes of just, I have a theory. And without telling you the theory. And they drag it out for 5 minutes. And then she finally goes, my theory is that the Brontosaurus was very thin at one end and then much, much fatter in the middle, and then very thin at the other end again. And it's just like you waited 5 minutes for that. And it was just like, what the fuck?
Every time I hear the words "I have a theory," the only thing that runs through my mind is it could be bunnies.
Oh, okay. Mega Leech said that too. What the fuck is that? I don't even get that
I just
reference.
don't know what that
It's
is.
That is a Buffy reference from the episode
Buffy.
Once More with Feeling.
Oh, okay.
And there's a song in that
Okay.
called "I Have a Theory," and yeah, it's. I'm not going to sing it because I am a car vocalist. When nobody else is in the car, I sing. But
when I hear it, I hear the theory, a game theory, because it's a YouTube channel I watch. But sorry, I cut you off, and I'm really sorry about that.
No, that's okay. I highly recommend anybody that hasn't watched Buffy, even if you're not a fan, just sit down and watch the episode Once More with Feeling.
That's the musical episode?
It is. Joss
Yeah.
Whedon was a massive fan of musicals, and he always wanted to do one. And in the episode, there's a few funny parts about it, but the part that I find funniest isn't actually mentioned in the episode. It's Alison Hannigan, who plays Willow, has got about 2 sung lines in the entire thing because she, self-admittedly, couldn't carry a tune if it had handles. That's verbatim what she said.
Yeah,
one of the lines that she sings is, "This line is mostly filler."
That's fair. Speaking of Joss Whedon and musicals, if you've never watched it, search out Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog. I think Joss Whedon did with a bunch of people when the writer's strike was on.
Yeah,
it is not only
Neil Patrick Harris.
Neil Patrick Harris and other people. Alice, I can't even fucking remember everyone who's in it. But not only is it a fun musical,
Nathan Fillion's in it as well.
Nathan Fillion, yeah, but it is the best character development story arc of why would a good person become a supervillain? Because Dr. Horrible is not a bad person, but circumstances end up with Dr. Horrible becoming a supervillain, because Nathan Fillion plays Captain Hammer, who's the all-American good guy who's a fucking asshole, and Dr. Horrible wants to upset the status quo because the status is not quo. And Charlie, quick speak, we're not getting any echo. But we can't hear you.
I put the aux cord in.
Yay!
We can hear you. There was just a delay. We can hear you.
No, we can actually hear you, Charlie.
So we'll have weird fucking conversations, but we can have conversations.
Good. Yeah,
but
for some reason the Bluetooth headphones just didn't want to connect, so I just plugged in the cord.
Cool.
Yeah, Dr. Horrible Sing-Along blog is definitely a good one to watch.
Yeah, I like Mega Leech's line. It's a prequel to The Boys as a joke, but that is so fucking on. Oh, dude, that is on. Dr. Horrible's Sing-Along blog as a prequel to The Boys is fucking on. Captain Hammer is definitely Homelander. It's just.
Does anybody remember the uproar that happened amongst a lot of comic book fans when Joss Whedon was announced as the director for the original Avengers movie, and all of these people like, "Oh my god, he's going to ruin it! Oh my god, he's going to ruin it!" And of course, he didn't ruin it. He gave us the best Avengers movie out of the 3, in my opinion.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
That original Avengers movie, making that work, introducing all those characters. Oh God, Charlie! Sorry, we're having problems again.
Yeah, it's happening again with the echo, Charlie.
It's happening. It's happening.
Sorry, I had to.
Charlie.
Sorry, I had to do the muting thing. Yeah, no, the original Avengers movie was so many leaps and bounds ahead of any big budget comic movie that had happened up to that point. I honestly think it was quite an amazing accomplishment to make that
More
movie.
than that as well. Every time that somebody there were a bunch of people who screamed about Robert Pattinson being the new Batman. I'm just like, Heath Ledger is Joker. Joss Whedon is director for Avengers. Shut the fuck up. Wait.
Yeah, wait for it to come out.
Yeah, but also
I can't stop looking at this. This is the first time I've done a clarified cocktail, and it's come out absolutely clear like water. And I just think it's sexy as fuck. Sorry, I'm just throwing it out there.
So what were you saying? Sorry, Abigail?
Oh, everyone railed against Batfleck, and he was every bit as awful as people feared.
No, I think the movies he was in was awful. I don't think he was necessarily awful.
I'm eagerly awaiting the Snyder cut of Justice League.
Yeah,
The Snyder cut of Batman v Superman was actually watchable.
Yeah,
The theatrical release was a mess. The director's cut was actually pretty okay.
Whoever it was that came up with the idea that the word Martha would actually stop the fight between Batman and Superman, that person needs to get kicked in the balls. The rest of it, I'd be willing to give a shot.
Yeah. I think a few people have pointed out Zack Snyder is good at visuals, but is not particularly good at story and character.
Give me a Justice League movie with Joss Whedon at the helm, or even J.J. Abrams with how well he did with Star Trek. Sorry.
And fucking
he did not do well at Star Trek.
I'm sorry. Abigail's one of the old school Trekkies.
All right, Abigail, you and I.
Didn't even like Star Trek or had watched it before he made the movie.
Come on, the first two movies, especially Into Darkness, was fantastic.
No, Charlie also agrees. Charlie is not on board with
Into Darkness was the worst of them. It was so bad.
How can you say that with a straight face?
I'm just reminded of an article from the satirical website The Onion that said Star Trek fans slam new movie as entertaining and fun romp.
It was a
very
fun
funny
science fiction movie, but it was very not Star Trek. It was it was lens flares and pew pew. And Into Darkness was a mess.
I will agree that it wasn't at the heart of Star Trek, but I still say that they are very fun.
It wasn't in the bowel of Star Trek. It wasn't even in the same body. It was a completely different monster.
Sorry, Charlie obviously wants to say something, but you have to mute yourself until you say something. So you say something now.
Am I still getting it?
A lot.
Oh yeah, a lot.
Why?
Maybe
if I hold the phone all the way away from my headphones.
Duck's quack wouldn't echo.
No, it's still coming
as far as I can.
Abigail.
Sorry, anyway,
just gotta say,
Abigail. Sorry,
we need to. We need to do the discussion on the Star Trek movies, but let's not do it on tonight's stream because we'll take over the entire rest of the stream.
You've hit a nerve because those movies. Look, the third one was okay because Simon Pegg wrote it and he's a Trekkie.
Yeah.
The first one was watchable, but the second one was a hot mess.
I'm sorry, Benedict Cumberbatch as Khan, I thought was fantastic.
No.
You know what I loved in the third one, Abigail? It was cheesy as hell, but I laughed and loved it. The Beastie Boys saving the universe. That was, oh my God, I laughed so much. I was like, okay, this is dumb as hell, but I love it so much that Beastie Boys Sabotage is saving the universe. It was so good.
Yeah.
I agree.
No, I did like that bit. No, everything about the JJ verse was awful. And
Dingle Doty,
Yeah,
sorry, I'm just
yeah.
noticing Dingle Doty in the chat likes the DC animated films, and I haven't watched them, but
I've heard they're
seen
really good.
I've
Some
seen a
of them
lot
are
of people
really good,
who really like the animated DC stuff.
Yeah, the animated stuff is so much better than live action stuff. So much better.
When I heard that, Charlie wants to say something.
Unmute and go for it, Charlie. Who is frozen?
She's frozen, so much for that.
Oh no! So when I heard that Quentin Tarantino wanted to make a Star Trek movie, I was so keen for that.
Okay, Charlie, you're unfrozen. Your
okay,
chance to say
okay.
something now.
Okay, so J.J. Abrams. So when The Force Awakens was announced, and they said, "Oh, yeah, it's being directed by J.J. Abrams," what I said was, "Well, J.J. Abrams already made some good Star Wars movies, and he called them Star Trek."
Yeah.
For some reason.
Yep. Okay, Gecko's going to join us too. Early morning for you, Gecko.
Hey, how y'all doing today?
Good. Yeah, look, honestly,
guys, I will be right back. Quick bathroom break.
Right, fair call.
Sure.
The new Star Wars films, I think J.J. Abrams' Force Awakens was very good. I think the second one was even better. I think Rogue One is the best of the Star Wars films. And I think The Rise of Skywalker, J.J. Abrams coming back, was the most disappointing fucking pile of shit ever. There was really cool stuff in it, but overall, it was fucking terrible.
I haven't actually seen the last one yet. And I haven't seen and I haven't seen any of the Mandalorian ones.
The Mandalorian is good.
So good.
Spaghetti Western in space. It's brilliant. Second season's about to come out. I'm really looking forward to that. Yeah.
Gonna have Ahsoka Tano in it.
Yeah, very, very good. But why did my brain stop working? Force Awakens. What was the second of the new Star Wars movies called? I had 3 cocktails. That's my excuse for not remembering.
I'm a Trekkie. That's my excuse.
That's your excuse? That's Force a good excuse. Skywalker Rises.
Last Jedi.
Last Jedi.
Thank you,
See, I think that was great. And I will get into a fucking fist fight with people who argue that, well, Luke wouldn't do that. I'm like, okay, the Jedi were the biggest fucking bunch of failures in the fucking universe. You look at all the actual canon stories about the Jedi, and it's the Jedi are a bunch of fucking losers. They always lose. They fuck up and evil controls the galaxy.
The Jedi being cunts. The Jedi being cunts was kind of what drove Anakin to the dark side.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, the Jedi were fucking failures. You look at all the canon stories about the Jedi, and the stories are always about the Jedi Order fucking fail. And people go, Luke wouldn't have run away and hidden. And they go, okay, what did Obi-Wan do, you fucking idiots? What did Yoda do, you fucking idiots? They ran away and hid because they fucking failed. The Jedi are the biggest fucking failures in the fucking universe. Just throwing it out there.
If I may ask one more question of Abigail about the JJ verse.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Now I'm only asking this because I'm far enough away not to have my eyes scratched out, but I'm genuinely curious.
Okay.
Zachary Quinto's Spock. Good or bad?
Good. I think he did a decent Spock.
Yep. Also, and I think Abigail also hates Disco, but I think the dude who plays Spock I think the dude who plays Spock in Disco is good as well.
Yeah, he's a good, like, I have nothing against the actors or their portrayal of the characters. It was just the direction Like the JJ's boom boom pew pew lens flare, fucking
lens flares is hilarious.
Yeah, it's like
yeah, it
either
was
lens
just
flare with JJ or explosions with Michael Bay.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's like the
So-
joke when Tim Burton did a remake of Dark Shadows. As my favorite joke was people going, "God, Tim Burton doing a movie called Dark Shadows? What next? J.J. Abrams doing a movie called Lens Flare?" And it's just like,
So there's an episode of Lower Decks that sends up the JJ verse, and it's amazing. They do it, yeah. They go there in a holodeck.
I got to see Dark Shadows in the
they do-
theater. That's funny.
I'm so fucking pissed
I don't
off
know
that
what
we
it
can't
is.
legally watch Below Decks. It's
Yeah,
dumb
that was with you. Yeah.
Lower Decks.
that's ridiculous that we can't watch it legally.
Yeah, I
is
know.
ridiculous.
Yeah, it's the weirdest thing ever. And I don't hate disco. I just don't like it.
That's
I'm
fair.
just really neutral.
I'm with you on that one.
And
Yeah.
I still
Personal taste
watch
is
it.
personal taste. I like disco, but I'm completely okay with
Hold up,
people having
hold up,
personal
guys,
taste.
guys, hold up, pause. Charlie, go ahead.
Charlie, go ahead.
Okay. So I haven't watched Disco, but like I feel like I wouldn't like it for the same reason that I didn't like Enterprise, where like I just don't when like the whole like franchise is about boldly going forward, right? I just don't see the point of doing prequels.
I've been watching was it Deep Space Nine? And
Mhm,
I'm
Deep
only
Space
in
Nine
like
is the- is
like
so good.
six episodes, and I've always found it really hard to get into.
I
Past
like
season
Deep
one, it gets
Space
so much
Nine.
better.
The only thing I don't like about Deep Space Nine is their final resolution is a literal Deus Ex Machina. For those who don't know, I'm being
Oh,
a
that's
wanker.
only
No,
that's
no,
only,
I'm just
like,
going to explain the concept
seasons-
of Deus Ex Machina because I'm a theatre
Oh.
wanker because I did a theatre degree. There were these old
Yeah.
Greek plays where it was all complicated and everything went wrong. And what would happen at the end is someone would be lowered onto the stage and they were the voice of the gods who would then explain to all the characters in the play what they did wrong and how it could be rectified. And they were the voice of the gods, basically. And because they were lowered by a machine, it was called Deus Ex Machina, which means God in the machine. So it's basically when the plot got so convoluted it couldn't be resolved. So God would come down and say, this is how we resolve it. And that's what fucking happened at the end of DS9 with Cisco basically put his life in danger. So those people said, oh, no, you can't die. So we will just reach in with our godlike way. And they'd gone to so much trouble.
That wasn't
And
the
DS9
end
was
of the show.
great. And that
I have
Deus
to
Ex
ask-
Machina resolution was shit. And Nettie's joining us. Nettie.
So angry.
I have to
Point
ask.
one.
Deus
Point
Ex
one,
Machina.
that was only like the end of season 5. Like,
Yeah,
there were,
but
like,
that resolution
2 whole
sucked.
seasons after
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Sorry.
yes, it did. It did, but there was so much more after that as well.
Yeah, but that's
wasn't
like
the end of
literally
the
the
show.
only thing I didn't like about DS9. DS9 was fucking great. DS9 was great. Gecko, what were you saying?
What
Can I
was
just
it?
very quick
Was it the machine?
Sorry.
Was it God of the Machine or God in the Machine, or was it Machine
God's
God?
machine.
No, Deus Ex Machina literally means God in the machine.
So it's not one of those things where they switch the pronouns or whatever.
It's when a higher power reaches in and says, "Oh, you people have fucked everything up."
I know it. I mean, I know
will-
what the concept of the
Yeah.
thing is.
Okay.
They had
Now,
it at the
man,
end of the movie
The
Yeah.
hand of God.
with the
basically.
dodgeball.
Yeah. Sorry, just
If
to
I
throw in. I keep calling out Wrestle with Deep Thought in the chat with the non sequiturs because I love them. But absolutely, dude, Cisco from Deep Space Nine was absolutely the guy who did Thong Song. That was the same person.
What the hell is Thong Song?
There was an R&B guy with the stage name Cisco who had a song called Thong Song, where he just said thong,
Okay.
thong, 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 as in the US idea, the G strings.
Okay. Can I just
So
say
I'm
my
just saying,
sideways very quickly?
Wrestle with Deep Thought is absolutely right. It's the same person. The commander of Deep Space Nine is also the R&B artist who had Thong Song. Same person.
Okay. So my very quick side thought. First of all, Nettie, thank God you've come back. I apologize wholeheartedly for offending you last time. I'm glad that you're back.
Thank you.
So,
I saw your apology like some days later on the stream. I went and looked.
I'm thrilled that I'm able to say it to you face to face, as it were. So thank you.
That's okay.
But the one thing about DS9 that I didn't like was there was the lack of Q. I'm sorry, but he's my favorite antagonist. And the lack of Q drove me nuts.
Sorry, Nettie, can you tell me what an Okar Gold dandelion is?
Okay, so it's an Okar Gold daisy. I looked up yellow chartreuse drinks, and I found this thing called a daisy, a chartreuse daisy. So I've just changed it to Okar Gold, and
So what's in it?
It's one shot of yellow chartreuse or Okar Gold, half a shot of gin, half a shot of raspberry syrup. I'm using raspberry cordial. And then you shake it up, and then you top it up with soda water, and it's yummy. And then that's just my dress.
It sounds delicious.
That sounds good. Charlie wants to know, Grasshopper, if you watched My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. Wrestle with Deep Thought. I will give you the opportunity to join the video chat with the proviso that I don't know you. I will fucking drop kick you out straight away. Oh my god, I just realized what that was, Gecko.
Absolutely love it. That's fantastic.
Love it.
Okay, to answer Charlie's question, no. My goddaughter loved it, and I watched 2 episodes, and no, it's not me at all.
So I'm just throwing out Wrestle with Deep Thought, that link I just put out there. If you click on the link, you can join. Charlie's coming back. Hey, or maybe we've got the spit. There's Charlie.
It is a Charlie without a mute, and we don't seem to be echoing.
Oh, fuck yeah. That's excellent. For now, yes.
Let's hope that it keeps that way. We can actually talk to you now.
There's some optimism right there.
Yeah.
The reason why I asked the question about My Little Pony. Speaking of which, I've got.
You all know
I need to get into where I can
is Discord.
Discord, yes, exactly. I've got Fluttershy here, my favorite.
Nice. Does anybody watch the animated series Bob's Burgers?
No.
Yes,
I know it.
I love it, but I haven't seen enough episodes.
It's very good. Charlie?
And I have cosplayed as Louise. I've cosplayed as Louise.
Oh, that's the thing I'd love to see. But Bob's Burgers had an episode that was basically having fun with the idea of bronies.
Oh yeah, the
adult men who get into My Little Pony, and they were called Equesticles in Bob's Burgers. And it was so indeed when Tina, who was into the equivalent of My Little Pony in the Bob's Burgers world, convinces the family to take her to a convention, which is all just these brony dudes who are called Equesticles, and none of them know. And Bob's back at the burger place with his main customer, Teddy, who says, "No, you shouldn't have let her go. It's just these guys called the Equesticles." Yep. And he explains it to Bob. Bob's like, "What? These adult men." Adult men.
That's why Shaylee went off them. Shaylee loved My Little Pony for a while, and then there was a guy in his underpants talking about them on YouTube.
Yeah.
And we all went, the whole family just went, Shaylee, do you really want
I worked with a guy. I worked with a guy who was an absolute massive brony. He wore a My Little Pony cap and everything every day to work. And he was absolutely freaking intolerable the moment that there was 2 minutes to talk to me without anybody else around. It would always be about something about My Little Pony or whatever. And even after telling him quite bluntly that I have no interest, I'm glad for his, fascination or whatever, and I hope that he has fun with it, but I'm not interested. Didn't stop him, and he just kept on going. And then there was this one day, I won't say the name of the store, but we were at a store, and he had a bunch of his friends come into the store. And one of them was carrying like an anime girl pillow that he referred to as his waifu. And, to give you a basic understanding of the level of people that he hung around with, it is very rare these days that I... It is very rare these days. There we go, we're echoing with you again, Charlie.
Well...
Yeah.
SpaghettiOs.
It's very rare that I get to a point with people and their obsessions that I'm like, you seriously, and verbatim told them, you seriously need to shut and grow the fuck up, the lot of you. Yeah. I couldn't deal. I could not deal.
Yeah. I love the line in Bob's Burgers where Teddy, Bob's main customer, explains to Bob what the equesticles are, which is basically adult men who sexualize My Little Pony, the bronies, and he's saying how gross it is, and Bob's going, "Oh my God, why do men ruin everything?" And Teddy goes, "I don't know what we do." And it was just the best moment. These two guys going, "Oh my God, why are men so fucked?"
I am now on a quest to download all of Bob's Burgers and watch them.
Bob's Burgers is so good. I love it.
I've seen enough episodes to know that I really like it.
The one
but I haven't seen them all.
The series that all of my friends were into. The two animated series that all of my friends were into that I could never get into. One was BoJack Horseman, and the other one was Archer.
Okay, see, I love both BoJack Horseman and Archer. So, but
I've never gotten into either.
Sorry, what?
Can't find a time
into either of them.
I can't find the time to get to those.
I got forced down to watch like a few episodes at a party, and I understand the appeal, but it's sort of similar for me for Rick and Morty. I would really enjoy Rick and Morty if the fucking professor didn't sound like he was always going to throw up, because it makes me physically ill.
I'm sure he is always drunk, always holding it back just barely.
Just that constant.
Oh my God, how many seasons of Bob's Burgers is there?
There's like 5 or 6 seasons at least.
No, there's 11 seasons.
Seriously, are there 11 seasons?
Really?
That seems like a lot. Sorry, Charlie's trying to talk again. So I'm just going to see if Charlie can talk.
Go ahead, Charlie.
So I'm just going to see if Charlie can talk.
Okay, so BoJack Horseman, it gets the more you watch it, the better it gets. It starts out kind of like, oh, what the hell is this? But the longer, the deeper you get into it, the more it's like, oh my God, this is brilliant.
It's like joining a cult, right?
There's so many TV series and animated series out there that I've had to come up with my own rule that I refer to as the 5-episode rule. If somebody tells me, you've got to watch this, I'll try and watch the first 5 episodes. If it hasn't grabbed me by then, most likely it's not going to.
Yep. And
there's so many good shows that don't peak until after that, though.
That is also true. Yeah.
The Venture Brothers.
Oh, Gecko, the Venture Brothers. Fuck yeah. That they took 12 years to do 6 seasons of the Venture Brothers. And they finally got dear.
Bob's Burgers is still running.
Yeah, Bob's Burgers fucking rocks.
It's still running. Yeah.
One of my best mates is the biggest fan of King of the Hill that you have ever seen.
King of the Hill is a great series.
you know, it's funny in its own way. I can watch an episode of that and be entertained and have a bit of a giggle. But that's about the only real one out there that's ever like grabbed me in a way.
Yeah. No, King of the Hill is great. Okay, this is what pisses me off because I've got Foxtel. I'll be flicking through channels and seeing what's on while I happen to switch on, and I'm flicking through channels and I see the things. And when you're looking at what's on, sometimes the title of the show truncates. It's only a half-hour show, and the full title of the show can't fit into the thing. I say, "Oh, this channel's running multiple episodes of The King of," and I go, "Oh, they're running King of the Hill," and I click on it, and they're running The King of Queens, and it's like, oh fuck no. That's just like someone hitting your balls with a hammer. That's fucking terrible.
A TV show that was out for a while that a lot of people out there didn't know about, but I think is absolutely fantastic. I don't know if anybody else has watched it. Banshee. And the lead in that is the dude he's a New Zealand actor and he's Homelander in The Boys. He's the lead character. Banshee is a criminal.
I like the name of it. What is it?
Banshee is a small town in the south of America, and there's this dude who's a career criminal who pretends to be the guy who's meant to be showing up in the town to be the sheriff, and it's this real sort of crime shit. Banshee, give it a go. Absolutely give it a go because it's very complex, weird.
Like, I mean, you know what Banshee? You know Banshee is.
Yeah,
it's
Banshee
Banshee is the Irish fairy who wail in when a member of the kings, you know, the
household was going to die.
The old kings of Ireland, when one of their family members is about to die.
Yeah. Banshee is the name of this town, and it's in the deep south, and it's really gothic and weird and fucked up. And there's basically this it's a religious group, whether they don't specify what they are, whether they're Mennonites.
They're Amish.
Amish. Did they say they're Amish, or they never actually say that? But they're basically like Amish, and it's weird and gothic and fucked up, and the characters are really interesting. And it's a weird fucking crime thing. Oh, Kirsten is saying, how many Okar products is too many? So many. You have 4 in your cart. I was really surprised when they brought out the new whiskey. I thought it was going to be another gin, but it was a $500 whiskey, and I was like, "You're rich for my blood. I know the collectors will go for it."
That's a bit rich, yeah.
But I've got Okar Gold, and I used up their gin, and I've still got the finger lime. I've still got the finger lime gin. Stop that! That's rude, Angry. Don't do that.
Oh, speaking of Angry, the other day, just as a bit of a curiosity thing, I hopped onto your channel thing. Oh, Charlie, echo again, mate.
Sorry.
I wonder if Charlie has the sound like routing through the software.
Oh God, no.
All we know is that she's on a phone.
She's on a phone.
So Grasshopper, sorry, you were saying you looked at my
I was
channel?
having a look at your channel, and I went to the most viewed video. Do you know what your own most viewed video on your channel is? Because it's got over 11 million views.
Yes, I think I do.
What is it?
What is it?
It's the
Not
one
the
about
fairy
the
bread.
No, it's the one about the crocodiles.
Yes, it's the crocodile that was eating the shark. That was, is it?
Oh, hang on. I'll bring it back up. Hang on. I'll read out the actual thing. Oh, goodness. It's been a while. Where are we? This, click on that, and click on that, and click on that. Crocodile eats shark and attack of the ninja kangaroo. 6.7 million views 11 years ago.
Yeah.
That's where you're talking about the wildlife of Australia is out to get you.
Yeah, kangaroos will literally sodomize you, and
break
what
through
I
your
love
window.
being able to trace of the stories of things that were eating things. Obviously, sharks and crocodiles can eat people, but I said when you look at the thing, there's one thing of a snake eating a crocodile and one of a crocodile eating a shark. So I said, in Australia, you have to deal with the possibility that you could be eaten by a shark that is being eaten by a crocodile, that is being eaten by a snake, that is being eaten by a spider. Because we have all these stories. We have people being eaten by sharks. We have sharks being eaten by crocodiles. We have crocodiles being eaten by snakes, and we have snakes being eaten by spiders. So technically, in Australia, that's what you're running the risk of.
I guess you have your own Australian version of we don't know why she swallowed the fly.
We don't know why she swallowed the fly.
Okay, pause.
Charlie,
Go
Yeah.
ahead, Jill.
weird echo again.
The Carly's going to be there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There was there's this picture that was going around not long ago of a dingo eating a shark.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I love all those, Australia's out to kill us all things. It makes me feel very tough, even though, like, I haven't seen a funnel web spider since I left Sydney.
I lived in Florida for almost a year, and it was a bit of a game for me and another guy that was there that was also Australian, a guy by the name of Scott. It was almost a game for us as to how much outlandish shit we actually could get people to believe.
Yeah.
We would always come clean before the end of the thing so that they didn't walk away thinking that what we told them was actually true. But I had a person thoroughly convinced that in the middle of my house was a eucalyptus tree, and in that eucalyptus tree lived a koala bear. And the only reason why we kept Vegemite is because you fed them Vegemite on toast, because that makes them tame and they come down and get pats and all of that sort of stuff. If you don't have Vegemite, they won't come anywhere near you. And they firmly believe me. And when I told them that is just never a thing at all, ever, in pretty much the entirety of Australia, their response wasn't to like get jokingly angry at me or anything like that. Their response was that of abject disappointment of, "Oh, I wanted that to be true."
Oh, yeah.
My favorite thing
It would
about
be-
funnel web.
It would be true. It would be true if you lived in the Daisy Hill koala stir.
That's true.
So how many
Because they've
people would you say
at the Daisy Hill Koala Center, they've got like a whole like a big tree coming up through the center of it, and it's cool.
Oh, lovely. I've always wanted a tree house.
That's the one thing.
Always.
That's like the one good thing about Logan. We've got the Daisy Hill Koala Center.
Okay. What were you trying to say, Angry?
No, I just want actually. Well, look, it's Wrestling with Deep Thought is actually joining us,
Hey, Deep Thought.
dude.
Yeah.
I've loved your comments as we've been going through.
Dude, I've been twerking for about 10 hours. Fucking ass
Dude,
hurts.
I'm just saying your butt's got to be in such good shape. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. I do about
Yeah.
5-hour workouts every morning. Yeah,
Yeah, excellent. That's excellent.
That would explain why you're in bed. You're out of energy.
Yeah,
exactly. I need to rest at some now.
I was just going to throw in what I love about funnel web spiders, and it's not just funnel webs, it's a lot of spiders. If they fall into a swimming pool, and this always happens in the suburbs of Sydney, where people have swimming pools, funnel webs fall into the pool and they sink to the bottom, but they trap an air bubble and they go into suspended animation. And they will sit there for weeks at the bottom of the pool, and they're not dead. They can just go into suspended animation. And when I was in my various jobs, I've worked in call centers, and you get a lot of Brit backpackers working call centers. And one Brit was telling me about, we had a pool in the backyard, and my boyfriend got the spider. There was a funnel web in the back, and chased me around with it. And she's like, "You'll never guess what happened." And I said to her, "It came back to life." And she just looked at me horrified and said, "What?" And I said, "Oh, did you not know it's not dead?" And I said, "Seriously, put it in a jar and seal the jar and put the jar in sunlight. And after a day or so, a really fucking angry spider will come out." And she's like, "What?" Because her boyfriend was taking her around with a spider with the fucking funnel web, which she thought was dead. And I went, "No, it wasn't dead. It was just in suspended animation." And
They can kill you.
yeah, no, they will kill you if they bite you. So, sorry, Wrestling with Deep Thought, where are you based physically?
I'm actually in Brisbane. So
You're in Brisbane?
I'm like, yeah, I'm actually safe from COVID. So it's pretty good. It's pretty
Nice.
cool.
Sorry, your accent was throwing me. Are you Aussie born or have you come in from somewhere else?
Dude, ever since twerking, I've been to every single country
That,
Well,
that makes sense. That makes absolute,
Yeah.
absolute sense. Excellent. Love it. Love it.
Yeah,
Love it.
yeah. Yeah, I've been working out these cheeks for quite some time, and hey, may as well make some money with them,
Shake the money maker. That's what it's all about.
Exactly.
Shake it like a Polaroid picture, as they say in the song.
Yes.
It's true.
Although the Polaroid company
And
would like
where-
you to know that shaking the
What
picture.
better
doesn't
place to
make
do
them
it than Bris Vegas?
Exactly. Like right in front of the casino,
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, just shaking it. So there
That's
you
all
go.
good.
My daughter has an American accent, and she's never been to America.
No.
She just got it.
The youth get it from interacting with people online. My daughter and my son, who spend all their fucking time online gaming, I'll hear like shrieks from the end. And when she's talking to Americans online, she will use an American accent so they can understand her. So
It was like my wife for the longest of time. She worked at a labor hire company, and she was surrounded by Kiwis. And she would come home at the end of work every night with a thick Kiwi accent.
Yeah, I can imagine that one. Yeah, but no, my daughter got it from Dora the Explorer.
Oh, nice. Sorry, Kirsten's asking you, Wrestling with Thought, if you have an OnlyFans set up for your twerking. So,
You know what? My manager's working on that. I don't know. It depends how much they pay me. Whatever.
That's good. And sorry, we've got someone on Twitch because I'm actually streaming to YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Kazkill's asking. Kazkill's wondering about the duck. Yeah, we all wondered about the duck, Kazkill. That's Abigail's duck. It's a bit of a thing.
Okay, everybody, pause. Charlie wants to say something.
Oh yeah, I mean, some of you already know this, but I'm working on setting up an OnlyFans.
Ooh,
Oh, and
for your fashion parade.
For your fashion parade.
Sure.
Oh, I love fashion parades.
Among other things.
Oh, I love fashion parades.
who left us? Who left us?
Gecko.
Gecko.
So yeah.
Gecko, yeah. Say good night and everything.
Yeah, no, to anybody that's watching us on Twitch, Abigail brought out the duck to completely distract me while I was trying to give an answer to a question because she loves tormenting me. And ever since then, it has become Abigail's pet duck, and now it looks like it's going to be our team mascot.
It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
In
Oh,
terms of distraction.
Look, I'm just going to throw it now. I've been doing my milk clarification. When I do it, and I've got this thing it just looks like water now, but is actually super boozy, and I'll probably drink it on tomorrow night's stream. But you get this. This is the curd. The milk separates. The whey goes into there. This is the curds, which is kind of the. Oh, that was the fucking funnel going south. But the curd, which is like the basis of cheese, and I keep that because it's flavored by the booze and whatnot. And Mrs. Angry puts it in desserts. She'll make like a rice pudding or a bread and butter pudding.
Oh, yeah.
And she'll put these curds in there. So we get these super interesting flavors going on.
That sounds amazing, actually.
Yeah, no, it is.
Angry, you sound like you have the most gorgeous relationship.
Oh,
It's
we've
such
been
an
going
amazing
about
marriage.
10 years. Pretty happy with it. And she's incredibly supportive. Like, I'm so lucky. Like, she's just gone to bed, and I have to learn to not be too loud so I don't wake her up. But yeah, no, I've been in a few relationships in my life, and this one's pretty fucking good, honestly. And
Do you guys twerk together at all?
Do we what? Sorry, mate?
Do you guys twerk together?
We should twerk more, man. Twerk.
Exactly.
I really want to thank you for bringing twerking to the fore. Quite honestly.
Hey, dude, it's no worries. It's all good. Just happy to be here.
dude.
You know? It's all good, man.
So it's like there's a little bit here. If I taste it, it's like sweet cream cheese with booze flavors in it. So it's pretty good.
Nettie, I love that top.
Actually, it's a dress with pockets.
With pockets.
Pockets.
Oh,
Yeah,
by the way,
I'll even get up and show.
Yes, please.
Please.
We're all about the fashion parades.
Oh no, it's Frozen.
I love
no,
fashion
no,
parades.
Oh,
There we go.
yes. Look at that. Look at
And
that.
there's
Nice.
pockets.
Wait, I have to unmute. Wrestling, I think we have the exact same top. I'm just going to go put it on.
No, really? You have the Kiss t-shirt? Oh, wow.
Charlie is our resident Kiss
fan
freak.
of Kiss.
Charlie is our
Oh,
resident
wow.
fashion parade. But
Shit.
thank you, Nettie, for your fashion parade. Sorry, I'm doing Kazkill on Twitch is saying I'm not that angry. Dude, if a troll comes in, dude, I tend to go off. It hasn't happened. It happened once in the last week or so, but every now and then someone really tries my patience and I just go right fucking off. But,
I was begging to come in. I was begging to come into that stream to serve that guy, and Angry would not let
it would
me
have been
come
funny.
in. Angry was just like, no, I'm having entirely too much fun eviscerating this fuckwit myself. I'm like, God damn it.
Oh, you do the same shit.
Cool. So, Grasshopper, were you an online goth at any point?
I'm sorry, define online goth. I don't know what that means.
Oh, no. Well,
honestly-
during the 90s, you had to be a member of Alt Gothic News Group, alt.gothic, or oz.culture.gothic News Group.
Yes, I knew of them. The closest that I ever got to that is I worked at what was affectionately referred to in Sydney as Gothy Mail, otherwise known as Aussie Mail back in the day.
Oh, no.
Aussie
yeah.
Mail.
Oh, okay.
Everybody
Sorry.
that worked in the call centre for Aussie Mail in Sydney, we were all pretty much the greatest majority of us
You know
were members
Kat.
of the goth community. Yes, I do know Kat.
Who
I
had
do.
blue hair. She was my
Yes.
flatmate.
Hey, awesome! 6 degrees of separation. Awesome. Yeah, no, I'm still friends with Kat to this day.
Ah! I lost her. I lost her on Facebook somehow. Because, you know, I was doing digital activism and I kept closing my accounts. And all
Yeah, no, she
willy-nilly.
deleted the Facebook anyway. She
Okay, well,
deleted
that's
it
why I can't
ages
find
ago.
her again.
No, she
Ah.
deleted it ages ago. But yeah, no, that's a discussion for the after party. We'll do that for the after party. But yeah, no, I'll send her a text tomorrow and ask her if it's okay if I give you her number. And if she says it's okay, I'll get your phone number off you and I'll send it to you.
She's a lovely girl. She had a really hard time with a dreadful stalkery boyfriend just after I moved to Melbourne.
I think I know the one that you're talking about. Men suck. Men really do suck.
Look, one time, just before let me think, about 18 months before I moved in with Kat, we were in the same house. And it was me, my gothy friend, and her gay flatmate, right? We're all in the same house because he lived there before me. That's why I say he's... Okay, we were all flatmates. Anyway, the phone rings at 3 a.m, and all three of us get up, go to answer the landline, and it stops ringing. And we all like groggily look at each other and go, whose Psycho X was that?
Oh, no. Oh, it's never good when you've got to ask that question to a room full of people. Yeah, no, so apart from briefly working at Gothy Mail, I also had a live journal way back in the day. And it seemed
I
that
still have a
Who didn't?
I still have my live journal.
yeah, no, everybody in the goth scene for some reason needed to have a live journal. There was a point there that people were known better by their live journal handles than they were actually known by their real bloody names. So
Yes,
yeah.
they were. Yes, they were. And you know what? A lot of those live journal handles actually migrated over from Alt Gothic. Oh, sorry, not Alt Gothic. Alt Culture Gothic News Group.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I was on LiveJournal for a while, and my English, especially my written English, wasn't the best back then. So my posts are basically really painful to read because the grammar is so bad. It's so very terribly
There was,
bad.
oh God, years later after I'd given up on LiveJournal and everything, I would still find people like, hang on, aren't you that person from LiveJournal?
Yeah,
the last drama on your journal, and then suddenly you disappear.
It was a thing, yeah. No, I remember rocking up to a few goth clubs of people going, "You're Journal Addict! I know you!" And I'm like, "Oh, Christ." Like, yeah. That was... I'm so glad that those days are over. Yeah, no, my wife had a LiveJournal as well when we first met. And we found this tool not long ago that downloads your entire LiveJournal as a readable PDF. And so she downloaded her entire LiveJournal as a PDF, and I think she read about the first 3 pages before she was like, "I was a fucking idiot." Can't read it.
That's why your journal shouldn't really be live.
Yeah.
Actually, I always kept 3 journals. I kept one for my inner circle, one for the outer circle, and my at-home written on paper journal. That was just for me.
The main memory of LiveJournal that I've got is when they first introduced animated GIFs as your avatar. And a guy that I am still friends with to this day, who shall remain nameless, he watched a lot of, let's say, adult content online. And there was a particular adult actress that he was a huge fan of on a site called iDeepthroat.com. And guess what she was able to do?
Yeah, I can guess.
And here's a boyfriend with a 9.5-inch member, and she's basically going, straight down. He got an animated GIF of her doing that over and over and over again, and every time that she swallowed all the way down, it'd come up and go 1 up, 1 up, 1 up, 1 up, 1 up.
Those GIFs they could only be 40K because I was an icon maker, so you had to keep it 40K. So those GIFs went on a very quick loop, very quick.
Yeah. I couldn't believe that he went to the time and the effort to make that sort of an avatar. I was both offended and incredibly impressed.
Yeah,
I can imagine it actually.
I'm just noticing Kirsten confessing that she's made several alcohol purchases during the stream. That's normal for these streams. Someone, whether it's Kirsten or me or Nettie, making multiple alcohol purchases.
Yeah, because usually you and Kirsten are raving about something. I'm like, oh, I'm going to get that. Oh. Yeah. So where are you, Kirsten? Come on. There can't be football on tonight. Come on, get on.
A friend of mine tuned into one of the live streams that we did a few weeks ago, and she watched Angry make a cocktail that changed color on screen. And she thought that it sounded absolutely delicious and has now gone out and bought it all, and has actually sent me a text that I've completely forgot about to say thank you to you, Angry, because she absolutely loves it. She thinks it's the most delicious thing she's ever put in her mouth.
Gin sour is very good, and the butterfly pea flower extract that changes colours is a nice touch.
Speaking of alcohol,
yes,
this lovely thing, the Ochre Gold Daisy, tastes really good with a bit of this added to it, which is Kakadu Plum.
Ooh, nice. That's
Superfood.
Company.
Superfood.
Yes, I've got a couple of their things.
Is that just a flavoring agent, or is that another alcohol?
It's an extract. It's flavoring.
Okay.
It's an extract. It's actual extract. So it's not just an artificial flavor. And it's very nice. And I love making my cocktails Australian. Like down to down to the nth degree if I can.
Yeah.
It makes me feel patriotic and
I've
good
got
for the country.
from the Australian Superfoods Company. This one is a finger lime extract, which
got that
adds
one.
a great flavour drink. And this one is lemon myrtle extract. If you ever want to go absolutely fucking nuts, if you live in Melbourne, go to Only Bitters in Fitzroy, or their online store. Sorry, the physical store is called the Bitters Lab in Fitzroy. The website is onlybitters.com. They have literally hundreds of sorts of bitters and all sorts of liqueurs and spirits. Oh, Kirsten says she's not presentable and also going to bed soon. So
It's literally around the corner from my place.
yes, it is. And I'm
Darling, you've got to wear something sparkling. Come on.
I'm absolutely going to double up when I come over to see you, Abigail, for the computer upgrade. I'm definitely going to the Bitters Lab when I come over to your side of town.
Yeah.
But,
The Bitters Lab. Oh, look, can we have an excursion to the Bitters Lab?
yes, absolutely. We'll set that up sometime in the next week or two.
I've said it
Because I
before, and
do
I'll say
enjoy
it
their
again.
website.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. When this whole COVID BS is fucking finished, and we're able to, we should all do a meetup, like go down to Melbourne, because that seems to be where everybody is, and like hang out somewhere and just like chat face to face as opposed to
Yeah.
over cam. I just think it'd be
Yeah.
absolutely amazing.
Yeah, no, definitely.
I'm
Go on a
hanging
hike.
out for that after party will just rock.
Fuck yeah.
That whole fucking thing will be an after party, and it will be amazing.
Fuck yeah.
Can you imagine when this whole COVID thing is over and everyone's got the vaccine and we're all allowed out, every one of us? I think there should be fireworks everywhere
Definitely.
and massive fucking parties. Massive
So
parties.
funny story. During the Spanish flu epidemic 100 years ago,
Yes.
after the lockdown, and you got to imagine that they were locked down in 1918, so they didn't have the internet or even TV.
Yeah.
No
So
distraction.
they were bored out of their brains, and so they had ticker tape
But they used to
parades.
be bored.
They had festivals when they
Yeah.
got out of lockdown, and it's responsible for the second outbreak of the Spanish flu.
Yes.
And more
it
people
absolutely
died
is.
because of that one than the first
Yeah.
one. So
Sorry, I just-
as
just
much
wanna
as I'd
point out that-
love to have a big party, as long as we've all got the vaccine,
Which is
and
going to take
no
2
one's-
years.
I
It's gonna
fucking
take
love a
2 years.
vaccine.
Dependent.
Shoot me up.
So just pointing out that Wrestle with Deep Thought said, tempted to dress up as Elvis. Wrestle, you were in the right company. Go right ahead.
Fuck
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
I'm more of a
Oh, yeah.
Beatles person than
I'd
an
do it.
Elvis person.
My one of
I'm
my favorite
okay with
memes
both.
about getting over COVID, someone's imagining their later years talking to their grandchildren, and the grandkids say, "Hey, Granddad, what was it like when you were, there was finally a vaccine for COVID and you were able to go out?" And Granddad says to the grandkids, "Ah, yes, you refer, of course, to the fuckening when when everyone went out and fucked."
It's true.
Oh, and how.
Yep.
And how.
Ooh,
Yeah, I still love
I think
That's a
everybody's
good
going to be
idea.
just banging when the vaccine comes around.
going
Oh,
to
yeah.
a mates in 8 Mile Plains if you want to join. Where the hell is 8 Mile Plains, Charlie?
That's actually close to me. What the fuck?
Oh, there you go. You and Charlie are in the same neighborhood, man.
Oh
Yeah,
wow,
Charlie's-
shit. Yeah.
Charlie's up north of the border as well. So
Fuck, that's
I
trippy.
think she's a bit
Charlie.
further.
North
You
of
boys
two
got his
borders
eye on you.
for us.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I missed that.
So did I. I missed that whole thing.
No, just joking that Charlie and Wrestling with Thought are in the same sort of general area.
Yeah. I'm always pretty busy with
Yeah.
twerking though. I mean, I'm
Mine's
always
just
just
happening.
twerking.
Well,
Yeah.
it
Right.
seems as though that's what your whole life revolves around, is either wrestling or twerking. So,
Nice. Sorry, Kirsten has a gin called Fuck COVID. Were they the same people who brought out a beverage they called Fuck Trump? That sounds like the same.
What? You know
That
what
sounds
this
like the
is?
same vibe.
I'll buy it and keep it forever, and then my great grandchildren can sell it for huge amounts of money. I want it.
I'm having trouble remembering it. Kirsten Wright might remember who it was. I'll see if it Fuck Trump.
And if I may just say something while we're on the live stream, very quickly, may we all just take a moment to appreciate and remember James Randi, who unfortunately passed away.
Yes. Okay, I found it.
James Randi,
Randy.
Amazing Randy.
The Amazing Randy,
Oh, no.
a famed debunker of dumb shit.
Yep. He was 91 years old and passed away. I was so happy. I got a backstage pass to meet him the last time he came to Sydney. And I've got a signed poster and a little signed origami thing that he made for me that are very treasured possessions.
Nice.
Because I went out to see the premiere of his movie called An Honest Liar.
Yes.
And anybody watching the stream that hasn't seen it, I highly recommend it. It is absolutely fantastic. It's called An Honest Liar, and it is absolutely fantastic.
Cool. I just noticed in the chat we were talking about buying local Dingle Doty, who's Scottish, as the Scottish vermouth they have is called Valentian, named after the land between two great Roman walls. It's a mix of Italian red wines and Scottish malting spirit, which sounds
Yum, 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 yum.
very cool. I found it. It's from a group called the Empirical Distilling Company. So it's empirical.co. They made a drink called Fuck Trump and His Stupid Fucking Wall.
That's awesome.
Yeah, the description is a habanero spirit that showcases our low temp, low pressure approach to distillation, capsicum, chilies, the full spectrum of the habanero flavor chains, juicy red fruits, melon, green pepper all come through. Macerate the chilies in a base made from barley, koji, and malted barley. Then use the chilies to make a habanero vinegar, which is also distilled and blended in the spirit to balance everything. Keep refrigerated. It's only 27% alcohol by volume, but it's so much fun that they called it Fuck Trump and His Stupid Fucking Wall.
One of my best mates is an expat from Seattle, and his sister still lives over there. She's now in LA and is a full-on fucking ardent Trump supporter.
Cool.
And I had the displeasure of meeting her when she came over here to visit my friend. And, she decided to add me to Facebook and whatnot. So I was like, fine. That was a mistake. If you want something that will be almost fucking guaranteed to give you a goddamn aneurysm, have somebody on your Facebook who is a fucking ardent Trump supporter. Holy shit.
No, they're pretty hardcore.
I do have a Trump supporter, which is bizarre because she's got a transgender son and an autistic kid, and I'm like, don't you understand? Trump supporters are really anti you and your family and the people you love. And she's more attracted to the fuck everybody. I don't know.
Well, it seems to be very much a thing. Like she put up this thing the other day about colored women for Trump. Or Black Women for Trump, and it's a group on Facebook that is apparently a support group for African American women who support Trump. And she's like, see, black people like him too. And I'm like, that's like saying I'm not racist because I have a black friend. I'm sure that they do exist, but by far and away they've got to be the fucking minority. And the idea that you could somehow excuse his racist bullshit because you get the occasional African American with massive amounts of cognitive dissonance that actually support that fuckwit, it does not excuse him at all, for fuck's sakes. Oh, drives me nuts.
Yeah, it's. Did you see the debate today?
No,
I
I
have
saved
not
my
watched it yet.
brain.
I saw
Oh,
it.
how
That
did
shit
it
was
go?
insane. Like Trump was saying that Trump was saying he's like, oh, like the air can kill birds. Just like, what the fuck? What are you talking about?
Oh, it's
The debate went a lot better than it
the
did
whole-
last time.
it was the whole wind power kills lots of birds.
Yeah, like
oh, the wind. That's
like
right.
he's
Yeah,
fucking-
sorry.
yeah.
Yeah, I know, right?
But the turbines do have a thing where they can kill birds, and it is this constant bloody thing from your fucking fossil fuel denying fucking small dick wank fuck jobs out there. Sorry.
Tell us
They're-
what
they're
you
like-
really think.
don't even get me fucking started.
Oh, yeah. Look,
They're the ones that are always like, oh, you know, these fucking things, they kill more birds and do more damage to wildlife than fucking coal does. And it's like, you have got to be fucking kidding me that you're saying that with a straight face.
I've been to one of these wind farms, and they're fascinating. They're so mind-blowingly big. When you're standing under one and you're watching the thing come down, it's like, holy shit! It looks like it's gonna hit me.
Where I live,
Even though it's still
if
like
you-
40 feet up off the ground at the tip.
if you drive from where I live in New South Wales to the actual capital of Australia, which is the ACT, on that drive, you will go past a gigantic wind farm that's on either side of the highway, and you see these gigantic wind turbines. And there's this little turn off that you can take where you can literally drive past one, like it's right there next to the car, and you get a real sense of the size of these things. They are absolutely massive, without a shadow of a doubt. They are. But it's standing there as well, like, to me, it's also a bit of a marvel of modern engineering, that this gigantic structure is not only supporting its own weight, it could do so in some pretty freaking extreme conditions. And while it's
saw one
doing
explode
that, it's
today.
providing electricity. Sorry, say again.
I saw I think it was a TikTok of one exploding in extreme weather today. I mean, it was
That's-
really
They do
extreme.
explode.
Knowing how they're made and what they do, they're not that great. Like they're great, you know. They generate a lot of power, but they're not that like special. They're mostly fiberglass and a generator. It's
Please don't get me wrong that I'm saying that they're a modern marvel, that only with the latest greatest technology can these things happen. I'm just saying that when you're standing next to them, you feel impressed that we went from mud huts to this.
yeah. Fair point.
It's a stepping stone kind
take a
of
while.
technology.
Oh,
It'll
yeah,
get
it
you
absolutely
to the
took a while,
next stage. By improving
Yeah,
on
but-
this, we'll get to the next stage, and then the next stage,
Yep.
which of course,
Look, I'm all about the renewable energies talk and all of that sort of stuff, but I have a slightly unpopular opinion that I believe that Australia, if we're going to be serious about it, we need to have a mixture of solar, wind, and possibly tidal, but also nuclear, with the amount of power that we need to produce.
As a big,
And a lot
yeah,
of
my
people
kid keeps bringing up
as a
nuclear
big
power
proponent
as
of
if it's
nuclear
a cool
power,
thing.
I don't think so. I've heard so many arguments, like real, logical, consistent, nuanced arguments why we shouldn't go nuclear, and like it sounds like it would be awesome, and
No.
but I don't think
Three
it would
things
work.
that blow the nuclear argument out of the water. It's insanely prohibitively expensive. The mining for the core elements for nuclear power is more destructive than even coal mining, and there is no safe disposal method for the waste. Anyone who says there is a safe disposal method for the waste is talking pure fucking fantasy.
There is
Simple
no-
as that.
I agree with you that there is no safe way to get rid of the nuclear waste, but in the newer reactors, we don't actually need to dig up new elements to put into these things. We could take the existing spent rods from all of the existing power stations out there and reuse them and actually significantly shorten their half-life yet again, so that when they do get buried, even though it is still unsafe, the amount of time that it remains unsafe is way less than what it is now.
Counterpoint, that's fantasy. That is absolute fantasy. It's a theoretical thing. There are no working power plants in the world that do that. It's a theoretical fantasy. And yes, if there was actual economical ways to build what's called fast breeder reactors that reuse the waste from other nuclear power plants, I would be 100% on board with it, but it is pure fucking fantasy. There is not a single working example of it in the entire world, and the cost to build these theoretical things and make them real is like 10 times more expensive than renewable energy sources. So that is an absolute fucking fantasy. I just want to make that real clear.
I guess that I've been given different information on that one. You've been given the information
from the nuclear power lobby, which is pure fucking fantasy. It is an absolute fantasy. It does, if it exists, point me to somewhere in the world. Point me to somewhere in the world where one of these theoretical reactors that uses the waste from other nuclear facilities actually exists. In theory, it's a great idea, and I would absolutely 100% be behind it if it was economical and it worked, but it doesn't. It's a fantasy.
To make my position very clear.
And
sorry, go ahead, Abigail.
A lot of like the newer technologies, like thorium reactors, liquid sodium reactors, pebble bed reactors, they're just, I mean, the economics don't make sense for Australia.
Yeah, I agree with you
the
completely.
Environmental cost of processing and enriching uranium is huge. I disagree about
Charlie, please be silent.
the nuclear waste. Look, there's no way to get rid of it, but it's not as dangerous as people think it is.
Okay, so
because I studied that, so But
sorry, I would just like to.
Just doesn't make sense.
I just really want to make my position clear on this one. If I were asked where should we be pointing our money towards in terms of research and development for better renewable energies, my thing definitely would not be nuclear reactors or the new style of nuclear reactors or anything like that. Personally, I would love to see fusion energy happen. You know, it's a constant joke inside of the scientific community that we're only 10 years away from having fusion, but I do think that it will be an eventual thing. So that's where I would like to pump all of the money is into fusion reaction. Having said
that said, we're only 10 years away from fusion since 1988, when my boyfriend at the time was like, "I'm going to get on the fusion bandwagon." 1988, man.
It's a constant joke inside of the. It's a constant joke inside of the scientific community.
It's still going to be another 10 years before ITER comes online, and that's just an experimental fusion reactor.
The immediate future is solar power and battery storage.
Battery storage, yes,
because it's so much cheaper and sunlight is so abundant, especially here in Australia.
I think you have one of the first battery storage systems from Tesla.
South Australia.
In South Australia, yeah.
So it makes so much more sense just to put like a fraction of the money you'd have to spend on nuclear power into solar.
Yeah,
like
it makes no economic sense.
Yeah. Okay, so
so solar and wind.
I agree with you. I do agree with you. in regards to what Angry was saying about these reactors being fantasy, you are correct in that none of those reactors actually exist yet. You are 100% correct. Now, the papers that I was shown and the people that I talked to about it are talking about it's theory as much as E equals MC squared is theory. We know that we can do it. We just haven't built it yet. It can be a reality if the funding were there in order to build it. Now, it is stupendously expensive and all of those sorts of different things, 100% granted. But to say that it is pure fantasy that they can't exist is incorrect. Saying that they're pure fantasy and that they don't exist yet is 100% correct.
And that's what I mean. It's fantasy. They don't exist. They make no economic sense whatsoever. And it's just weird fucking bullshit pushed by the nuclear lobby and by the anti-renewable lobby. It's as simple as that. It makes no sense economically. And again, I want to stress, if someone could come up with an economical way to develop a power reactor that used the waste from other nuclear stuff and reduce the danger of it, I would be 1,000,000% behind it. But in practical terms, it's utter fucking horseshit. It's ridiculous to bring it up. It has no value, and it's a distraction from the real issues. So just throwing it out there.
Look, I mean, when I see people posting up things about how, solar isn't going to be able to do everything and wind isn't going to be doing everything and that we need to pump all of our money into nuclear and all of that sort of stuff, I am one of the first people to stand there and scream that the amount of money that we would need to pump into nuclear reactors and digging up the ore and all of that sort of stuff, the existing technology, is prohibitively and stupidly expensive when that same amount of money could produce so much more out of renewables and get us better return on investment out of renewables as well, for that matter. But there is the argument about the unreliability of some of the renewable energies. Now, a good friend of mine is they install solar systems on houses for a living. They've been an electrician for decades and they've got into that. They and others like them know that all of Australia, for instance, if everybody had solar on their roofs, that would actually be a very terrible thing, because our electricity infrastructure cannot handle the type of power spikes that continually happen with solar systems. And if everybody had solar systems and all of them spiked in the way that solar systems can, we would have blown transformers and fried power lines and all of that sort of stuff all over the place.
You wouldn't put solar panels on every house. That's not the solution. The solution is out in the desert. It's massive solar arrays. It's not just photovoltaic solar cells. It's like solar mirrors heating up water and driving a generator. It's like so many other things. No one ever thinks that we're going to solve our energy problems by putting solar panels on all the houses.
No, I'm just saying.
It's very complex.
Ridiculous.
The one technology that we don't seem to ever talk about that I think is actually probably the best bet, it's better than nuclear, it's better than solar, it's better than wind, is geothermal. And Australia especially.
Great potential with geothermal.
If that were the case, we'd be using it.
Have you seen they did that experimental one? They did that experimental one out in the desert, which was this huge fucking chimney, and it channeled down the thing to turn it. It was a mind-blowing experiment. It was really wild.
I think it is.
Geothermal is a great solution for certain areas.
We need a mix. We need a mix.
You need the geology for it, and if you don't, it's the same as fracking, basically.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
We need a mix.
I put a video on the StreamYard chat, or a link to a video on my Facebook where I drove up to that turbine.
Oh, nice. Sorry, I just want to throw to the real dramatic, controversial issue that leaves everything we've been saying in the dust. Kirsten has been attacked for making a sandwich. So,
What was on the sandwich?
Yeah. It depends on the ingredients here,
That's-
Kirsten.
no,
Yeah.
Kirsten used a fry pan to make a toasted sandwich because she can't
That's
find a
sacrilege.
sandwich press.
Can't do that.
No, actually,
Well,
oh my
then-
god. Okay,
They are fantastic. No, they are
Fried
fantastic.
sandwiches are a thing, and they are awesome.
They are fucking delicious. Yep.
I want to throw out here the word food porn is overused, but there's a movie called Chef that stars the dude who's directed a couple of the Avengers movies, and he was Tony Stark's driver. My brain's gone
Jon
blank on this.
Favreau.
John Favreau. John Favreau stars in and directs this movie Chef, and the way he makes a grilled cheese sandwich on a hot plate is the most pornographic bit of food preparation I have ever seen. It's fucking great. It's just a toasted cheese sandwich made on a hot grill, and it's the most pornographic bit of food production.
There's another thing along that same vein. There's a Japanese anime where it's like a competition between chefs or whatever, and it's as dramatic as like Dragon Ball Z.
Okay.
Dragon Ball Z.
No, when it's done for America, and I'm happy to say Z, like ZZ Top. I'll never call
I know,
ZZ Top
I'm
ZZ Top.
considering.
Yeah,
Dude, that
cool.
band is so badass. I fucking love that band. They're fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Fucking ZZ Top.
as much as I love ZZ Top, I still say my favorite video clip of ZZ Top is that band doing a cover of them, and it's this drummer is at the wrong gig. You type that into the search engine inside of YouTube, and
Is that
you've
where
got
he's wearing the mascot?
Stella,
no.
Stella
He's wearing.
made a really great point about geothermal, by the way, in the chat.
Okay, sorry. We'll switch to that. Go ahead, Abigail.
Oh, just read the message, Stella.
She says
Right.
it has problems with radioactive waste since the Australian model pumps water down to be heated over granitic intrusives, which are radioactive. So the returned material is irradiated. See? Fucking science. I fucking love learning stuff from people.
I did not know that.
I did not know that either.
Makes a lot of sense because most of the world's uranium comes from Australia.
Yeah,
Yes.
it does. Yeah.
Nettie got cut off, so I'm just putting the link there in case you don't know where the link is, Nettie. I think she wants to come back. Yeah, but what we need is a mix. We need a mix of hydroelectric, of geothermal, of solar, and we need to expand battery technology and all those things. And yes, the entire fucking grid needs reworking.
100%. Yeah.
But
Decades of misuse by the Liberal Party have
Oh.
ended our
I hate them so much.
We
Me too.
They're
Fuck that.
letting
Privatisation
infrastructure
and-
run down.
And don't even get me fucking
Yeah.
started on this goddamn new fucking gas-fired power plant that they're just about to fucking
Oh.
build.
That no one thinks is economically viable.
Yeah.
Jesus.
No, like against all better fucking evidence.
Yeah.
What the
Sorry,
actual
Jo-
fuck?
Jonathan, I just sent you a Facebook friend request too, so you know if
Got
who's
it,
this
man.
weird fucker asking for a friend request.
Hey man,
May I-
it's all good.
may I
I'll
add you to, Facebook?
I'll hook you up with my personal trainer. We can fucking do some twerking sessions
Yeah,
together.
twerking tips. I'm always up for twerking tips. Quite honestly.
May I add
man.
you to
Fuck yeah.
may I add you to Facebook wrestling?
Clive Palmer's inspiration for twerking. Just it gets me right there,
Okay.
you know.
Yeah.
Okay,
I-
Abigail,
I give it
you
5 out of 10.
you
Be
put
kind,
Clive
rewind.
Palmer and twerking into my head at the same time,
Yeah, what
and
in
I'm
the
going
fuck
to
is
need
that
years
about?
of therapy.
You haven't
Years of
seen the
therapy.
video?
It's
No.
No.
it's a masterpiece.
It's-
I don't know how have you not seen it?
Oh
What the-
Christ! Now I'm looking it up. Now I'm looking it up.
Yeah.
Clive,
Angry. You need to share it.
twerking.
You need to. Yeah, no, you
Yeah,
need to share
no, if
the
I can
screen.
find it,
We
Clive
all need to be
Palmer
fucking
twerked on
traumatized.
the Kyle and Jackie O show. Oh my fucking
If
god!
I've seen it, you all have to see it.
Yeah, I saw it. Now.
I don't
Okay,
wanna
all right.
suffer
I'm going to
alone.
share it. I'm going to share it. And you know, may God have mercy on your souls. All
You'll
right,
enjoy it.
Let's fucking go. Full screen this shit.
Oh god.
Come on.
Oh Christ.
What are we doing? That's from The
That's hot.
Guardian.
What's wrong with you guys?
Okay, there's Clive. He's on the Kyle and Jackie O show.
Don't need to hear him.
No, we
He's
don't
like
need to
in the
hear
mood.
him. We don't need to hear him.
He's
We're
like,
just saying.
that's how you get in the mood for twerking.
Oh,
Think
what a
about Clive.
bastard.
There's Jackie O.
Not even a fuck
Yeah,
face.
think about that.
So God knows what Clive's talking about, but
Allegedly.
he's
in
also
my
got the
opinion.
fucking red tie like Trump. The fucking saddest thing
Yeah.
in the world is to want to be an imitation of Trump. But anyway, Trump's bad enough, but wanting to imitate him is really bad. So, okay, this is only 2 minutes long, and we're 1 minute into it. So, assuming the horror starts soon. So,
Imagine being a fucking mixture of Trump and Palmer. Oy.
Boy.
That's
so
hot.
God knows what he's talking about here. He's
Yeah,
gesticulating a bit.
Fucking-
Is he?
Is
he
this the
going to
one?
twerk, or
Like,
just-
I don't
or is
know.
he-
I don't know.
Maybe
Oh,
he's
it
sitting here
is, it is.
talking about it.
Bleeding.
Yeah,
He's
it looks
talking
like
about it.
he seems like one of those fucking.
Oh, here we go. There we go.
Oh,
Oh my
Christ.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh.
All right.
That was
Oh my
inspirational.
god. Yeah, no.
Okay. You'll need
Die in
to.
a fire. Die in a fucking
That was
fire.
inspiration. What are you guys talking about?
You'll
That
need
was
to
inspiration.
apologize. You'll need to apologize to my wife. I never want to have sex again.
Oh,
Oh.
well, she can come over to my place.
Hey,
Ooh.
we've been
Your
through
mum
this,
already
Abigail.
has, so
Ew.
Oh my god.
I'm
Stella was
telling you,
saying she'd
I'm
erase
telling you,
the
Abby,
thing
if you
and
slept,
back.
if you've slept with my mum, you need better taste in women. That's all
Oh.
I'm gonna say.
Gecko's got a kitty. My kitty's
my
gone.
kitty
to
just
sleep.
ran away.
Is sitting in her little alcove doing a.
No,
She's being cute.
I would die for that cat.
She's so
You just-
cute.
You see them sleeping in there, and you just want to pat them, but you don't want to wake them.
Yeah. No, she's just waiting for me to go to bed because she loves sleeping on me when I go to bed. She'll either curl up right next to me or she'll go, yeah, you're lying on your back with your legs like that. I'll just sleep between your legs. And then I'm going, but I want to roll over and now you're between my legs and I can't roll over. without
He doesn't do this thing where he sleeps all over your face.
Yeah, no, a friend of mine's got a miniature Dutch hound, like the little sausage dogs.
Yeah.
And Nettie's saying, "Let me in."
Doug Anthony All Stars sang a
Oh,
song
wait,
about
Nettie,
Dutch
where
hounds.
are you? There you are. Sorry, I miss it sometimes. You're back, darling.
Well,
yeah,
I came in like
A wrecking
I went
ball.
out and talked to my kitties, and then I came back and I heard some weird conversation
Oh, yes.
about
Oh, yes, you
I
did.
was sleeping with Grasshopper's mama or something.
Yeah, something
no,
like
I was
that.
saying
It
to
was pretty
Abigail that she
weird.
needs to get better taste in
Hell
women.
yeah.
Yeah, no, like you need better taste in women. That's
I
all.
I can never just miss the opportunity to make a Your Mama joke.
Your
Or
mama.
to reference.
You want to throw down the gauntlet of your mama jokes because I'm going to win.
Let's do it. Your mama jokes.
He's
All
got
right.
the book.
So,
All
He's
right,
got the book.
Abigail, you go first. You threw down the gauntlet. You go first.
Your mama's so massive that when she sits around the house, her accretion disc sits around the house.
Your mama's so massive, she's got her own gravitational pull.
Your mama's so massive
That's me.
that all her clothes turn red.
Oh. Your mama's so massive that after sex, when I tried to roll off her, I burnt my ass on the light bulb.
Oh. Okay. I don't get that one. Your mama's so massive. Your mama's so massive, I have no idea what your dad has to go through.
Your
Okay,
mama's so massive that anyone who gets near her disintegrates because they go within her roach limit.
Tidal forces, right.
Yes.
Your mum is so fat that I've got to tickle her until she pisses herself laughing and follow the trail in.
None of these make sense.
wait.
Your mama.
I have one.
Sorry. Yep.
Okay. Your mama's so fat, she needs cheats for the Wii Fit.
Your mum is so fat. Your mum is so fat that
I'm
her blood.
declaring myself winner because yours just didn't make sense and weren't funny. So
That's
Yours
how
were
it
all
is.
science, Abigail. Oh.
yeah, absolutely. I'm a scientist.
Your mum is so fat that her weight is very alarming, and I'm very concerned for her health.
I see. Your mum is so fat that everything she eats becomes spaghettified.
Oh, black hole jokes now. Going for the spaghettification. Your mum is so dumb that when she was driving to the airport, she saw a sign that said airport left, so she turned around and went home.
Yeah, that's the joke we used to tell when I was a kid.
So if we're going for intelligence, your mama's brain is so small that it can't be described by classical physics.
Ooh, okay. Oh, there was one of those that I heard years ago that I can't remember for the life of me now. Oh, God, it was something about a vacuum. I know that.
The vacuum must really suck.
But
I do that at the construction site if someone's using the vacuum. And
yeah,
I get the reaction sometimes. They're like, "What do you mean? This is a great." Oh.
When a friend's had like a particularly bad experience, one of my favorite lines is, "Oh, that defies physics and both sucks and blows."
So I've won this.
Look,
Clearly.
Abigail, it's your mama jokes aren't science based, so it seems as though that we're playing a similar game on different fields. So on your field, you are the undisputed winner.
Right, Charlie and Nettie keep losing their connection. I've got to keep an eye out for them coming back.
No, it's my own fault because I keep pressing the wrong thing on my phone because I'm not used to doing this on a phone. I'm usually on my laptop, which is currently fucking broken.
Also, we're not getting any echo right now, which is awesome. So
what's wrong? What's wrong with your laptop, Charlie?
It's balked.
It's just broken. Yeah. Okay.
From the sounds of things, it might be the power board.
I have a feeling. Okay, so the only thing that has changed recently was that I got The Sims 4 on it, and I was playing that for a few days, and it was fine, and I had it on laptop mode, but then all of a sudden one day it wouldn't turn on and it wouldn't charge.
So you hit the power button and nothing happens?
Yeah.
No lights, no fans, no nothing?
No, nothing.
Okay. Look, I do work on laptops in my business, repairing them, but sometimes that's a logic board failure, and that for the most part is irreparable. But sometimes it can just be a failure of the button in and of itself, which might be repairable. It's impossible to say without actually getting my hands on it, unfortunately.
I mean, it's easy to say that the logic board's not repairable, but I mean,
in most cases,
there's a guy.
The main board or the logic board in a laptop. If that's dead, then it's a write-off. You can get them. You can get them fixed.
There's a guy in New York. There's a guy in New York who repairs.
Louis Rossman.
Louis Rossman does miraculous work.
He does great work, but he himself is a piece of shit human being. So
Well,
he's gotten better. He's gotten better.
No, he's a full-on conservative mouthpiece. Fuck him.
Oh, ew.
Although I have
I'm not
been known
giving
to
my
put
money
on
to that kind of
his
person.
videos as ASMR to go to sleep to, and it's just been great. But as soon as he comes out with some sort of just talking head opinion video, it's just the worst.
Amen to that, sister.
Ew.
Amen to that. Yeah, no, like where logic boards are concerned and stuff like that, I can do some of those mini repairs, but generally speaking, it's because one laptop's logic board is completely different to another laptop's logic board, which is completely different to a next one. It's not an always like easily identifiable like issue with a transistor or a resistor or whatever that's actually on the board to actually find it and replace it. So that's
if you
why,
have
as
like
a general, there are write-offs.
if you have a library or a system where your work has like hundreds of the same laptop, then
yeah, if I could get my hands on the full electrical schematics, then maybe. But even then, I'm not an electrician and I can't read those schematics very well. So
I don't have one of those
It's an
fancy microscopes. I just use my camera lens like this.
I use my phone camera. It works fine.
I have everything I need to repair microelectronics.
Oh,
you want-
shit, it started,
if you
Charlie.
If you want to know what it is.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just can't do that. Sorry, Charlie, I had to mute you. The radio staticky echo thing started again. And I
I'd
don't know
suggest
why.
just twerking on the laptop.
Yep,
Fix it all.
yep. I'm. That seems like it would work as much as anything. I did notice a couple of people in the chat mentioned if the battery in the laptop is detachable, which they often aren't in modern laptops, but if the battery is detachable, maybe try actually taking the battery out and then attaching the power cable, and that will tell you if the battery is the problem. That's an interesting one. And also, the other thing I wanted to say is we're talking ASMR. This is my favorite ASMR noise. So interesting. Opening a bottle of booze, the best ASMR. Sorry.
That and the glug into the glass as well is always a good one. Oh, there was no glug.
No, sorry, it's too empty to glug. This is
You'd have
I
to
love
turn
this.
it,
This
like,
is the thing I
over.
bought because it sounded cool off the Dan site. It's Australian, 100 souls. It's cane spirit. It's not rum because they didn't age it. So it's like moonshine version of rum. It's the base of rum, but they never bothered to age it. So it's like, no, it's technically not rum. It's cane spirit. It's 45% alcohol infused with Colombian cacao and cinnamon. And it's pretty brutal drinking straight, but he's actually a really good mixer. So I'm going to make a version of something that's in my big book called a unique bird. They say use a rum agricole blanc, which is rum agricole is rum. Rum is made from molasses, which is boiled down sugarcane juice. Rum agricole and a few other things are made from just sugarcane juice that hasn't been boiled down. And that's what I think this is. So putting in the 1,000 souls and... what is it? Oh, God. Lime juice, pineapple juice, and yellow chartreuse, and some sugar syrup. So
Okay. Wrestle guy's gone.
Oh, it disappeared. All right. L3 loves whiskey with whiskey moonshine with the cork. Yes. Yeah, Kirsten also loves the best ASMR noise is the cork coming off a bottle of booze. So
What about the exploding cork out of a champagne bottle? Is that a good noise?
it's not a bad noise, but you're also not meant to let it explode. You're meant to ease it off and do a gentle pop into your hand. Like the thing everyone loves to do, they pop it and stuff spurts out. You're actually not meant to do that.
It's like, why waste it? It just all goes away.
Exactly.
You can't enjoy it.
That's the basic thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, is the feedback okay? Sorry, I'm just going to check if Charlie, are we getting the weird shit happening with your thing again? Yes, we are. Sorry.
Yes, we.
Yeah, that was pretty strong.
And Nettie's come back again. Hey, Nettie.
So I've
you need to have your audio turned on to see what you just said then, Charlie.
I found a keyboard, like a digital piano, laid up next to the dumpster. Someone got angry and smashed one of the keys so hard it broke the circuit board in half.
Oh, damn.
Everyone's music critic.
I actually got to repair that.
I repaired my TV.
This one makes a good one.
I had to replace one of the ICs on one of the circuit boards.
I've had to replace resistors and transistors on old 486 and 586 machines and stuff like that for various medical industries that still use them, and also for a couple of CNC operators. Ooh.
God, that looks nasty.
Oh, that does not look repairable.
No.
Yeah. In Australian vernacular, shit's fuck, mate.
Yeah.
This was my first attempt, and it worked. But I was like, "This is garbage," and I took it all down and I redid it. I cleaned up I scraped off the coating on the traces there.
Yep.
And I found a little transformer. There's my microscope.
Oh, nice.
I got some real tiny magnet wire out of the transformer and soldered it all up like that.
Oh my god, that looks crazy.
Yeah. Looks like a spider's web, yeah.
That's only possible because it's a one-layer board.
Mm-hmm.
If it was multi-layer, you couldn't fix it.
It would be more difficult, but yeah, it's totally worth it. It's like a $400 keyboard.
I am a great advocate for right to repair, but I also understand the limitations of that. Like as Abigail was saying, on multi-layer circuit boards, 9 times out of 10, it is completely impossible to do.
They broke the key, so I repaired that. I got some brass shim and super glued it to the inside to make it rigid. And
that's
good.
That sounds violent, Angry. What is that, mate?
I'm breaking ice.
Oh.
All this reminds me of saying there's that song that was around a little while ago where the chorus line was, "That's pretty wild, that's pretty strange, but have you ever seen a jellyfish? That shit's crazy."
One of my happiest experiences was the first time that I actually got to see a platypus in real life.
My God, I'm just throwing ice everywhere.
Because they just look so bloody weird. I love them. Absolutely love them.
They make no sense.
They don't, and that's what I love about them.
Exactly.
Oh.
Charlie looks like she wants to say something.
Sorry, Charlie wants to say something. If I'm going to unmute Charlie. We can't talk with Charlie, but Charlie can monologue.
Okay, go for it, Charlie.
Okay, so as you all know, I'm from Queensland, where rabbits are very illegal. And one time so my dad and I used to go down to Ballina a lot to go camping on the holidays. And one time we were down there, and this one time we popped into a pet shop just to like kill time and just have a look around. And I was like, I think I was like 13 or 14. And I was like losing my fucking mind because I saw a rabbit in the pet shop, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, I think that was probably like the...
Sorry, Gecko, can you please stop doing the clicking thing? It's interrupting.
I didn't even realize it was coming through until I heard it. Sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Charlie. Sorry.
Yeah, and I think that was probably like the first time that I had ever seen an actual live rabbit in person.
Okay.
And for a moment there, I thought, for a moment there, I had like slipped into an alternate dimension. Like, what the fuck? And then I remembered, oh, I'm in New South Wales.
So rabbits are illegal in that area.
In Queensland, yeah, they are because they're a pest. Sorry.
And yet the LNP is not illegal, despite their pest-like nature. So,
Are they an invasive species?
Yes. Ooh, this one's sharp.
Who's that? Who's that?
That was Abigail. I just sent her a quick text.
Yeah.
I was about to say Star Trek noises. It's definitely Abigail. So,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
No, goodness gracious. We need to get a controversial topic going again because everybody's going
Do we?
quiet now.
Okay. Fuck. Okay. Why didn't the police shoot to kill with the anti-lockdown protesters in Melbourne today? So,
Oh, that is a thing, isn't it? So I got home after going out to a job earlier today, and the news was on, and they're talking about the anti-lockdown protesters in fucking Melbourne. My immediate thought was, if Angry's watching this on the TV, he's probably going to throw something through the TV.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I didn't watch it. I kind of saw some commentary online, but deliberately don't expose myself to that sort of shit, because even just going to the fucking supermarket, and not only their dick noses, the people with their fucking not covering their nose with the fucking mask. I saw multiple people. The mask was so fucking low on their face. I could see their top lip, and I just wanted to fucking slap them and say, "What the fuck are you doing, you piece of shit?"
I was at the supermarket the other day with my son, and we were just chatting away, and I saw this. It's always an old dude who had the dick nose, had the mask just under his nose. And I was just like mid conversation with Will. I was just said, "Oh, that is not how you wear a mask," and he kind of like gave me a stink eye as he walked past, adjusting his mask like indignantly.
It was. I think
felt great.
I think I told Angry
a
few weeks ago in a live stream how this old white lady, basically yelled at me because I had the audacity to say "Salam alaikum" to a Muslim lady that was working behind the counter at the chemist. And yeah, wouldn't you know it? And unsurprisingly, complete anti-masker as well.
Yeah.
I walked past her again the other day, and she was actually wearing a mask, and looked obviously proud with herself that she was actually wearing a mask, but she was like, it's over the ears, but the whole thing's scrunched down underneath the chin.
Oh.
And it's, you don't fucking understand the basic principle of putting a fucking mask on. Like,
so what would you call it? You call this is your dick's out. You say this is your ball sack.
Yeah. That's why I call them dick noses, because it's like I want to say to them, "Hey, you know, you got your fucking nose out there. Technically, I could hang my dick out of my pants and still say, well, I'm still wearing pants, but it's not doing its main job, is it? No, that's the same as you with your nose over the mask. So until you cover your nose up, I'm just going to stand here talking to you with my dick out. Okay, so what happens next is up to you."
That is a very entertaining thought to go down.
I would be arrested.
The idea of a half-drunk Angry getting arrested by the police and just going, but it's still partially covered.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you mean indecent exposure? I'm wearing pants, for God's sake.
Oh, man. When I was a kid, there was a guy that used to walk around my neighborhood who was a very well-known alcoholic. And everybody knew his name and had a tendency to steer clear of him because he was one of those in 0.04 of a second could be the friendliest alcoholic to wanting to fight you. So people had to, give a bit of a wide berth where he was concerned. But it was unfortunately very common for him to be walking around my area with his fly undone and his bait and tackle out for all to see.
What?
Hey,
Grasshopper, do you know Slasher? Slasher from the clubs with the with the crutches with big spikes on them, or I think later on he was in a wheelchair with big spikes on it.
Okay. No. There was a person that was given that nickname very briefly whom I did meet, but I never saw them on crutches or in a wheelchair, so I don't think it's the same person.
Okay.
But yeah,
I just thought like you would have come across him.
Maybe. I don't remember if I did. The one person that I got introduced to as Ed, he called himself Slasher. Yeah, he...
Such a classy name.
Oh, he is probably one of the singular most worst human beings that I've ever had the displeasure of meeting. And that's to put it very politely. We were at a party at a friend's place. Everybody was totally not on any kind of mind-altering substances of any description. And a few of us totally didn't decide that we would be the sober ones, because of course it was unnecessary, to make sure that everybody else was okay. I was one of the people that decided that that wasn't necessary. And he... Oh, goodness. So there was one point there. So he was also not on anything as well, just to be clear. So this is him sober. He thought that it would be entirely entertaining that if you were to go into the bathroom and smash to pieces a disposable razor, like face razor type thing, and take an actual razor out of that and take his shirt off in the kitchen and start slicing himself all over the bloody place.
Okay.
And everybody that was there was basically begging, pleading, yelling, screaming for him to stop. So he decided that he would stop that. There was a person that was there that lived at the house that was a diabetic that needed to do daily injections of insulin. And they had a bunch of one-use syringes for that purpose. So he decided that all of those syringes needed to go through various body parts in front of everybody because of how edgy he was. When he got shown to him, not by me, but by somebody else that was very sober there, that was completely unacceptable, rather violently, he then stood out the front of the party the rest of the night screaming that he was the victim in this entire situation, and how dare we treat him like that. So that when you first said the word slasher, that's who came to my mind, and that's why the eye roll. But I never met a slasher that was on crutches or in a wheelchair.
Oh, well, this slasher is a different slasher. Just as famous, probably. He was slasher because he was, he would have been closing in on 40 when I was 29, 28-ish.
Okay.
The first time I met him was at a gig at the Lewisham Hotel. And I think it was Discord who were playing. And we're all having a great time. And he turns around to me and he's like looking really happy and friendly. And he hands me a Barbie doll clad in black, black, just sort of a lot of black fabric wrapped around her. And I went, how cute. And I grabbed it and it was full of pins. And I went,
my God.
And he went, he thought that was funny. And I went, okay, fair enough. And because, it was the 90s and we were being edgy and shit. And then the next time I saw him was, at various nightclubs. And he was... he basically hobbled out, not in a very good state of health, growling and telling people off and whatnot. And I was like, slasher.
Yeah.
And that's right. Yeah. Anyway, and then one time he stole my taxi while I was in it, and he just sort of jumped in after me, and he's like, "Can we go to Newtown first?" I was like, "Okay, Newtown is like it was." Okay, go to Newtown first, and then you can go to my place. And I'm like, yeah, okay, this should be interesting. So I didn't kick up a fuss. Besides, like, kicking up a fuss with Slasher probably wouldn't work very well. And so he sat in there and talked to me about having Satanist, bringing Satan up and stuff. Mass, that's right, a satanic mass at Cronulla Beach, and other other suburban kind of otherwise normal places, and then he got out and he pissed off. Then I moved to Melbourne and I came back for a holiday and I saw him on crutches, and his crutches. I mean, like, Slasher was a legend in Newtown. You say Slasher and they go, ah. And he had spikes this long just on his crutches. And I saw him like battling his way across King Street in Newtown against the seriously heavy traffic. Like, and that's right. He used to carry a boombox with him, playing Akagaka. And shit like that. I mean, he was just always around. He was always on King Street. He was always there.
Unfortunately, in the goth scene in Sydney for too many years, there were entirely too many fucking predators in that scene. He wasn't
a predator. He was just a Satanist who. Okay, this was the legend that followed him around, and I do love a gothic legend. He made a pact with the devil for living forever. So he got hit by a train.
Jesus,
and
okay.
That explains why he was in a wheelchair the next time I saw him. He got hit by a car, and that's why he was on crutches. Then he got hit by a train. And he didn't actually want to live any longer. But he got hit by a train and he ended up on crutch in the wheelchairs, and he had spikes this big on the fucking wheelchair too. And if you know anything about King Street, you know it is really, really fucking crowded, and it never expected to get really fucking crowded. So it's got very small amount of walkway.
The worst part about King Street nowadays is because of the lockout laws, it is even more packed than it ever has been before. And unfortunately now it is completely packed full of the guys that are like, oh, we're going out to a club. We need to get rotten pissed before we leave the door. And when we get to the club, we need to drink the cheapest shit that we could drink all night, and at 2 a.m. we're going to go out and get a kebab, and then we're going to go to this other, and they are just the absolute worst when you've got to work around there.
Some people are pizza cutters. All edge, no
pizza
point.
Cutters. I love that. I love that.
Say it again, Abigail.
Some people are pizza cutters. All edge and no point.
No, love that.
Okay.
That is very apt.
I want that on your That's like
no, I had a couple of clients on King Street, and I would have to go in there after hours to fix up their POS systems and stuff like that. And it's obvious that somebody's in there working and all of this, and these guys are coming up and banging on the glass, kicking at the glass, and throwing things at the glass to be wanting to let into the store. And you try and politely explain to them, I'm here to work. I'm not a person that works at this store or anything like that. I'm repairing something or fixing something or whatever. No, that was never good enough. It was just, they are the absolute worst. They really are.
Oh dear. So anyway, Slasher was a character. You don't get too close, but you do observe, his shenanigans throughout the years. And I have been wondering, has he survived? Because he was probably about 15 years older than me, I think. And
the oldest guy that I knew in the goth scene was a guy by the name of Ace, who was in his early 60s. And he was this lovely, lovely, lovely old school Wiccan guy. Everybody loved him because he wasn't a creep or anything like that. He just genuinely loved the ambiance, and he loved the music and the people and stuff like that. So he'd come out to all of the clubs, and he was very well known for giving very drunk and very high people safe places to sleep it off and stuff like that. He was very well loved. And it was a very, very sad day about 10 years ago now that he unexpectedly passed away. That was a very, very sad day. He was a truly lovely guy.
Yeah. It's sad when you hear about people from the old, stomping ground passing away.
Well, it was more that he was one of those diamonds in the rough of the goth scene where he genuinely didn't want to try and pick anybody up. He didn't have any real ulterior motive to being the genuinely lovely person that he was. He was just a genuinely lovely person who happened to be goth.
Yeah. Hang on, I'm just going to message my friend, ask him if he remembers Ace. Because that has a very
reliving the old days. It's like, I love it.
That has a very familiar ring to it, but I just can't put a face to a name or anything.
Yeah. Well, anyways, lovely people. Sorry, just to cut in very quickly. It is 1:15, and this little black duck needs to go to bed because I've got to be at a place by 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
There you go. There's a duck seeing you out.
So my love to you all. Thank you again for a lovely evening.
Night to you.
Peace out, bro.
Okay. Night.
Ow, I can't do it with that hand. I'll do it with this one. Live long and prosper. My love to you all.
Live long and squander. There you go. Okay.
Live long and squander. That should be mine.
I can't believe the stream is still running. And it's not the after part.
No, we're still going. Yeah. Oh, wait, Wrestling with Deep Thoughts back. Yay, bro. Hey. You're back. There you go.
Hey, guys. I was just doing a twerk for about half an hour. So I'm really
That's okay, dude. We kept you away from twerking for too long. You had to work something there.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I'm really dehydrated.
Cool.
I've got Hydrolyte everywhere, so yeah.
Yeah, nice. You're hydrated. I love it. I love it. So that talk about, people doing questionable things on substances reminded me of the time in the deep dark past where I was in my house with people, had magic mushies, and and I swear to God, the day we all decided to do that, the neighbors who were wogs decided to smash the back half of their house so they could redevelop it, and we were just hearing all this noise, and we went, "What the fuck's going on?" And we looked at the kitchen, and this family were just destroying the back half of their house so they could do renovations, with sledgehammers and shit. And we were all high as fuck, and we were laughing, looking out the kitchen window going, dude, I get it. It seems like a good idea. It seems like fun, but you're going to come down and you will regret doing that because we're all on board. We think that's excellent what you're doing. You are literally just smashing the back half of your house with sledgehammers. But you will come down and you will regret. You will wake up and you'll go, "Where's the back half of my house?"
Help.
Jesus.
Just like yeah. Yeah,
I remember having an experience like that once, going to a New Year's Eve party, and we had not done the thing beforehand.
Not done the thing.
Yeah, and so we're trying to make our way to this party in the middle of Eastwood or somewhere, with public transport and lots of walking. And gosh, it was intrepid. It was a massive mission. And then there was this guy with his extremely modern block of a house. You know the type I mean.
Yeah,
And he's
absolutely.
washing the front of it on New Year's Eve with a hose.
Oh my god. Okay.
And we just stood there like, what are you doing? You don't wash a house. Houses don't need to be washed. They get
what the fuck?
rain. Whoa, we were so fucked up. And and then we toggled on. And then, it was a great night. It was a great night. And that was just the very, very beginning.
Do you ever do the thing like I remember going out with friends and being completely straight, and we're going out and you're like at a cafe or something, and there's a table just next to you of people who are clearly off their fucking chops, and you hate them and you think you're just so fucking obnoxious, and in the back of your mind going, that's exactly what I'm like when I'm off my chops, and I'm just judging this table of people who are behaving exactly the same way that I behave, but I'm straight tonight, so I'm really super judgy.
It's like the strangest realization ever. Like when you go through that whole process in your head.
It is. You think those people suck. Look at them sort of carrying on like, oh, I'm on good drugs. I'm on good drugs. And you go, fucking losers. And then you think for a second, wait, that's exactly what I'm like. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God.
Have you ever been so drunk that you've found throw up on your t-shirt? Just around the neck area?
This, no, okay. For real, this
And this is what I come back to.
this tie, which is all kind of fucked up. Look at the fucking end of it. It's all fucked up and things coming out. That's because I threw up on this tie when I was wearing it, and I was really drunk, and it was like gross. And I woke up in the morning, and there was gross stuff stuck all on the front of it and on my shirt. So I put it in the washing machine, and it did not go well in the washing machine.
No, the big out.
So this really beautiful, it's a cat in the hat. It's a cat in the hat tie is all fucked
I
up.
love Cat in the Hat.
You can't take that to a tie repair shop or something.
No, it's all,
alterations or tailor.
it's all fucked up because I threw
Some
up
things
on it.
just can't be fixed.
No.
I
Yeah.
threw up on it. Reminds me of the time it was food poisoning, not alcohol. But I'd eaten something bad at lunchtime, and I was driving on Punt Road in Melbourne, which is one of the busiest roads in Melbourne. And I suddenly went, I'm going to throw up. I am absolutely going to throw up. And there's a big, it's 3 lanes on each side with a big traffic island in the middle. And I just drove up on the traffic island, and I was wearing full business clothes. I was wearing a suit and tie, and it might have even been this one. And I drove my car up onto the traffic island and stopped, and I just staggered out of my car, and I was just throwing up. And it was peak hour, and there were hundreds of cars going past. And I'm on this fucking traffic island, just projectile
It's the
vomiting.
worst.
And I was thinking,
I
how many people had a story to tell when they got home? And I was like,
Did you
so I
get
was
any-
driving home, and there was this dude in a suit on Punt Road just fucking hurling.
Did anyone honk or yell or say anything?
No, I don't remember because I was just throwing up. Sorry, Abigail, what were you going to say?
Trams. There's certain trams that really trigger my motion sickness.
Yep.
And if I have a headache, let alone a migraine, which is 1,000 times worse,
yes,
I get so nauseous. And one time, often I'll if I've got a headache and I'm on a tram, I'll have to get off and just breathe some air or throw up. And one time I couldn't get off the tram fast enough, and I ended up throwing up on the door of the tram, and it
Nice.
splashed off that onto this guy's leg.
Oh no!
And then, like,
no.
2 seconds later, the doors open and I just ran out because I was so embarrassed. But I was still throwing up. It was, yeah, it was the worst.
No, that's awful.
I felt for the guy.
Yeah, it
really
happens.
did. I've thrown up
did
to trains as well, but that was the only time I've ever actually thrown up on someone else.
I did a similar thing to what Angry did when I had the kidney stone. I was driving myself to the ER, and I had to pull over on the side of the freeway because I was in so much pain and get in front of the car and throw up.
Oh shit! Yeah,
Yeah, kidney stones are fucked. Like my dad had kidney stones once, and he literally took like half a step. That's like as far as he could ever go with like while he had kidney stones. Just like it's fucked.
Yeah, no, that's not good. I've thrown up on a train from being super fucking drunk, and I've just like the train's rocking, and it's like, no, this rocking is bad. This is bad, and I've thrown up, and it's really cool. Someone else on the train asked me if I was all right, and I was going, that is really kind, because I've just done the really gross thing of throwing up, and so now the whole carriage smells of vomit. But you want to know if I'm okay. You're a really good person, and I'm getting off at the next stop. So see ya.
Did you have barf bag? I know airplanes usually have a barf bag.
Yeah.
I've never been sick on a plane, but I've never drunk alcohol on a plane either. Never drunk alcohol on a plane.
Turbulence, if there's turbulence, or inclement weather as the plane's coming down to land. Yeah, those bath bags are a lifesaver.
Sorry, Charlie, you go.
I am highly prone to motion sickness, and so I take the Greyhound bus quite often between Hervey Bay and Brisbane, and one time, and like the motion sickness, I don't always get it, but when I get it bad. And this one time I got on the Greyhound to go down to Brisbane from up here, and within the first 30 minutes I was like, I have to fucking puke, and the vomit bag that I had with me had a leak. And so, but thankfully the Greyhounds, they provide you with a rubbish bag, so I just put it in, tied it up in that, and then and also thankfully there was a long enough stopover in Maryborough, so I had enough time to get my sick bag to just quickly run out of the bus, put my sick bag in the bin, and then run back on.
Oh, that sounds awful.
Oh my
god.
Fuck
that. Hang on.
In the chat, people talking about getting motion sickness from 3D shooters. I occasionally get motion sickness from first-person shooter video games. Not always, but just every now and then I'll be playing it, and it's normally on a PC, and because I'm pretty close to the screen, and I'll sometimes go, oh, fuck, what's wrong? And I'm getting motion sickness from a fucking first-person shooter video game.
I got
always,
VR sickness once. Motion sickness from VR.
Yeah.
I was playing Elite Dangerous, which is usually okay. You're in a ship and the background is moving everywhere. But I can like squint and it's okay. But like there's part of it where you land on a planet and you have a little buggy that comes out and you can drive around.
Yeah.
And it was like within minutes I was throwing up. It was so severe
Yeah.
And for the next 24 hours, I couldn't even scroll Facebook without triggering some sort of motion sickness.
Oh,
Something about a screen right there,
yeah,
right,
Yeah.
with your eyes open and
Yeah.
just flashing lights directly into your brain.
Yeah.
That made it.
Yeah.
It was the worst motion sickness I'd ever felt.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm kind of feeling sick from talking about all the sickness, so I'm just going to go and make myself a
I'm
drink.
feeling hungry. I would like a sandwich. I think.
A sandwich. But you've already made multiple. Yeah, no, I only get it from if the PC. Like I've been playing Red Dead Redemption 2 on the PS4 on my TV screen, and because that's the TV screen is the other side of the room, even though it's a big screen, it's the other side of the room, and I really enjoy, what I like to call Barbie horse adventures for boys, and not original, someone else said it first, but it's just kind of like you're running around and you can either get into the intense story stuff or you can literally just explore the world and take whatever time you want and look at shit or hunt animals or whatnot. And then you find out if you do a bad thing, you get a bounty and the law chases you. But in every area, there's a gang who are so bad, if you fucking kill them, it doesn't put a bounty on you. So it's like, yeah, okay, this is called a victimless crime when I murder 10 of these guys because I'm not regarded as a criminal if I kill these motherfuckers. And so it's like, whenever you're frustrated with the game, it's like, cool. Now I'm just going to roam around till I find these guys I can kill and nobody judges me. And it's just like the Lemoyne Raiders who are Ku Klux Klan Civil War fuckheads. And it's just like, yeah. Oh, look, there's the smoke from their campfire. Sneak through the trees. Oh, look, there's like 6 or 10 of them. Fine, I've got my fucking cowboy sniper rifle now, and I'm just going to line this guy up and shoot him right in the fucking face. They're all sitting around the campfire, and I love the reactions. You shoot one of them right in the face, and the others around the campfire go, "What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that?" And you get to shoot 2 or 3 of them before they even really realize someone's shooting them, and then they all try and kill you. But and then I love going through their bodies, and you find the guy like who's just got a big bloody hole where his eye used to be. Like, yeah, I shot you right in the face, you redneck fuck. And it's just like,
I remember having fun with like Heretic and Doom. Like you'd like hide behind a wall or something and throw like a grenade or something. And the AI was so bad that your enemies would start killing each other off.
Yeah. Yeah, those Heretic. I haven't thought about Heretic for years. Heretic was a fun game, but I was playing like Mrs. Angry actually likes watching me when I play because she actually played Red Dead Redemption all the way through and finished it. Now I'm playing it, and I decided because one of the gangs you can kill with no recrimination is the O'Driscolls, and it's like, okay, these fuckers caught me and tortured me. Now I'm going to find where their headquarters is. And I'm just going to sneak around and fucking kill them one by one. And then a huge firefight happens, but I won. And a few of them were hiding in a house. And I just threw a stick of dynamite through the door of the house. And it's like, kablooey. And it's just like, yeah, fucking killed those guys. And there's just something really therapeutic about killing a bunch of people with no recriminations. I'm sure that's something very bad about me.
If the Purge ever became a thing,
oh god, Charlie's doing the thing again.
Oh, Charlie!
I remember in Baldur's Gate, the first one, if you attacked like one of the town guard or something, you got they would basically attack you forever.
Yes.
Throughout the whole rest of the game, it didn't matter what you did. You were an automatic, like, public enemy number 1 forever.
Yeah. So what were you going to say, Abigail?
I don't even remember.
That's cool.
Oh, something about the purge. If the purge was a thing, just
the purge. No, that's what you said. Yes, because
don't come anywhere near me.
No. I recently watched the most recent Purge movie, which was called Election Year, where there's a politician who wants to ban the Purge because she knows it's just rich fucks exploiting poor people. That was okay. I've watched a bit of, there's a series of The Purge on Amazon Prime, and I've watched a couple episodes, and there's a couple different threads running through it, and it's not bad, and I want to watch some more. But what's weird is some of the acting is really good and some of it's terrible. So when you're watching one of the threads and it's the thread with the good actors, you're really engrossed and going, yeah, this is cool. And then you jump to the thread with the bad actors and you're going, well, this is dumb as fuck. This is terrible. I was just in Neddy's little doggies there.
No. I haven't seen any of the Purge movies.
I haven't seen it either.
Not really interested. I've seen the Rick and Morty version.
The Rick and Morty version is pretty funny. Like when Rick gets so excited, Morty, it's a purge planet. We can kill people, no repercussions. The Rick and Morty Purge Planet episode is pretty funny. Charlie.
I'm falling asleep. I'm gonna have to go to bed.
Yeah, no, it's 1:30.
My psychiatrist has got me taking melatonin along with my antidepressant, so that's working. And so I'm like, I have to go to sleep.
I'm still awake.
Yeah.
Can you still hear me?
Okay, so
okay,
yeah.
yes, you can. My video has stopped for some reason. Goodbye.
Okay, good night. Live long and prosper.
Good night, Charlie.
Live long and prosper.
I'm going to bed.
All right. I don't know about anyone else, but I'm going to go to bed too. That's actually fair. It's 1:30 a.m. That's 5.5 hours of this fucking stream, honestly.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've got 9:30 a.m. here.
Yes, Gecko, 9:30 a.m. You should go to sleep or something. I don't know.
I want to try to stay awake so I can go to bed at a decent normal time.
Yeah, so you're not like jet lagged. That makes sense.
Yeah, I think I'm destined for bed too.
Yeah, I think it's bedtime. So good night, one and all. But hey,
night.
Saturday night is coming up. Don't have to get up early on Sunday. So I'm going to carry on a fair fucking bit on. And it's not date night, so I'm going to carry on a fair bit. So 3 nights of decadence as far as I'm concerned. This is the second night over. And tomorrow night's, or tonight is another one. So take care, everyone. You're all super fucking awesome people.